Because unlike power, that can only be changed through fighting, stories can sometimes, it's not easy, but sometimes stories can be changed through talking. And that's the hope. I think, in everything from couple therapy to nation therapy, if you think it's power therapy, it's all about power, there is no place for conversation. But if to some extent it's the stories in people's minds, if you can enable one person to see the story in the mind of another person, and more importantly, if you can have some kind of critical distance from the story in your own mind, maybe you can change it a little. And then you don't need to fight. You can actually find a better story that you can both agree to. It sometimes happens in history. Again, French and Germans fought for generations and generations. Now they live in peace, not because, I don't know, they found a new planet they can share between France and Germany, so now everybody has enough territory. No, they actually have less territory than previously because they lost all their overseas empires. But they managed to find a story, the European story, that both Germans and French people are happy with. So they live in peace.
I very much believe in this vision that you have of the power of stories, and one of the tools is conversations. Another is books. There's some guy that wrote a book about this power of stories. He happened to be sitting in front of me, and that happened to spread across a lot of people. Now they believe in the power of story and narrative, even children's book too. So the kids. I mean, it's fascinating how that spreads. I mean, underneath your work, there's an optimism. And I think underneath conversations is what I try to do is an optimism that it's not just about power struggles. It's
Yeah,
about stories, which is like a connection between humans and together uh, evolving the stories that maximize happiness or minimize suffering.
yeah, this is why I think I admire what you do. That you're going to talk with some of the most difficult characters around in the world today, um, and with this basic belief that by talking, maybe we can move them an inch, which is a lot when it comes to people with so much power. Like I think one of the biggest success stories in modern history, I would say, is feminism, because feminism believes in the power of stories, not so much in the power of violence, of armed conflict. By many measures, feminism has been maybe the most successful social movement of the 20th century and maybe of the modern age. The systems of oppression which were in place throughout the world for thousands of years. And they seem to be just natural, eternal. You had all these religious movements, all these political revolutions, and one thing remained constant, and this is the patriarchal system and the oppression of women. And then feminism came in. And, you had leaders like Lenin, like Mao, saying that if you want to make a big social change, you must use violence. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. If you want to make an omelette, you need to break eggs, and all these things. And the feminists said, no, we won't use the power of the gun. We will make an omelette without breaking any eggs. And they made a much better omelette than Lenin or Mao or any of these violent revolutionaries. I don't think, that they certainly didn't start any wars or build any gulags. I don't think they even murdered a single politician. I don't think there was any political assassination anywhere, but by feminists. There was a lot of violence against them, both verbal but also physical. And they didn't reply by waging violence, and they succeeded in changing this deep uh, uh, um, structure of oppression in a way which benefited not just women but also men. So this gives me hope that it's not easy, in many cases we fail, but it is possible sometimes in history to make a very, very big change, positive change, mainly by talking and demonstrating and changing the story in people's minds. and not by using violence.
It's fascinating that feminism, communism, and all these things happened in the 20th century. So many interesting things happened in the 20th century. So many movements, so many ideas, nuclear weapons, all of it, computers. It's just like it seems like a lot of stuff, like really quickly, quickly, accelerated.
It's still accelerating. And history is just accelerating for centuries. And the 20th century, we squeezed into it things that previously took thousands of years. And now, we are squeezing it into decades.
And you very well could be one of the last historians, human historians that I've ever lived.
Could be. I think, our species, Homo sapiens, I don't think will be around in a century or two. We could destroy ourselves in a nuclear war, through ecological collapse, by giving too much power to AI that goes out of our control. But if we survive, we'll probably have so much power that we will change ourselves using various technologies so that our descendants will no longer be Homo sapiens like us. They will be more different from us than we are different from Neanderthals. So maybe they'll have historians, but it will no longer be human historians or sapiens historians like me. I think it's an extremely dangerous development, and the chances that this will go wrong, that people will use the new technologies trying to upgrade humans, but actually downgrading them, this is a very, very big danger. If you let corporations and armies and ruthless politicians change humans using tools like AI and bioengineering, it's very likely that they will try to enhance a few human qualities that they need, like intelligence and discipline, while neglecting what are potentially more important human qualities, like compassion, like artistic sensitivity, like spirituality. If you give Putin, for instance, bioengineering and AI and brain-computer interfaces, he's likely to want to create a race of super soldiers who are much more intelligent and much more stronger and also much more disciplined and never rebel and march on Moscow against him. But he has no interest in making them more compassionate or more spiritual. So the end result could be a new type of humans, downgraded humans, who are highly intelligent and disciplined, but have no compassion and no spiritual depth. And this is for me, this is, the dystopia, the apocalypse. But when people talk about the new technologies and they have this scenario of, the Terminator, robots running in the street shooting people, this is not what worries me. I think we can avoid that. What really worries me is using the corporations, armies, politicians will use the new technologies to change us in a way which will destroy our humanity or the best parts of our humanity.
And one of those ways could be removing the compassion. Another way that really worries me, for me, is probably more likely is a Brave New World kind of thing that sort of removes the flaws of humans, maybe removes the diversity in humans, and makes us all kind of these dopamine chasing creatures that just kind of maximize enjoyment in the short term, which kind of seems like a good thing, maybe in the short term, but it creates a society that doesn't think, that doesn't create, that just is sitting there enjoying itself at a more and more rapid pace, which seems like another kind of society that could be easily controlled by a centralized center of power. But the set of dystopias that we could arrive at with this, they're allowing corporations to modify humans is vast. We should be worried about that. So it seems like humans are pretty good as we are. All the flaws, all of it together.
We are better than anything that we can intentionally design at present.
Yeah.
Like any intentionally designed human at the present moment is going to be much, much worse than us. Because basically we don't understand ourselves. I mean, as long as we don't understand our brain, our body, our mind, It's a very, very bad idea to start manipulating a system that you don't understand deeply and we don't understand ourselves.
So I have to ask you about an interesting dynamic of stories. You wrote an article 2 years ago titled "When the World Seems Like One Big Conspiracy: How Understanding the Structure of Global Cabal Theories Can Shed Light on Their Allure and Their Inherent Falsehood." What are global cabal theories, and why do so many people believe them? 37% of Americans.
Well, the global cabal theory, it has many variations, but basically there is a small group of people, a small cabal, that secretly controls everything that is happening in the world. All the wars, all the revolutions, all the epidemics, everything that is happening is controlled by this very small group of people who are, of course, evil and have bad intentions. And this is a very well-known story. That it's not new. It's been there for thousands of years. It's very attractive because, first of all, it's simple. You don't understand everything that happens in the world. You just need to understand one thing: the war in Ukraine, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, 5G technology, COVID-19. It's simple. There is this global cabal. They do all of it, and also it enables you to shift all the responsibility to all the bad things that are happening in the world to this small cabal. It's the Jews. It's the Freemasons. It's not us. And also it creates this fantasy, utopian fantasy. If we only get rid of the small cabal, we solve all the problems of the world. Salvation, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the war in Ukraine, the epidemics, poverty, everything is solved just by knocking out this small cabal. So again, it's simple, it's attractive, and this is why so many people believe it. It's not new. Nazism was exactly this. Nazism began as a conspiracy theory. We don't call Nazism a conspiracy theory because, oh, it's a big thing, it's an ideology. But if you look at it, it's a conspiracy theory. The basic Nazi idea was that Jews control the world, get rid of the Jews, you solve all the world's problems. Now, the interesting thing about these kind of theories, again, they tell you that even things that look to be the opposite of each other, actually they are part of the conspiracy. So in the case of Nazism, the Nazis told people, you have capitalism and communism. You think that they are opposite, right? This is what the Jews want you to think. Actually, the Jews control both communism, Trotsky, Marx were Jews, blah, 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 and capitalism. The Rothschild, the Wall Street, it's all controlled by the Jews. So the Jews are fooling everybody. But actually, the communists and the capitalists are part of the same global cabal. And again, this is very attractive. Because, now I understand everything, and I also know what to do. I just give power to Hitler. He gets rid of the Jews. I solve all the problems of the world. Now, as a historian, the most important thing I can say about these theories, they are never right. Because the global cabal theory says two things. First, everything is controlled by a very small number of people. Secondly, these people hide themselves. They do it in secret. Now, both things are nonsense. It's impossible for people to control, a small group of people, to control and predict everything because the world is too complicated. You look at a real world conspiracy. Conspiracy is basically just a plan. Think about the American invasion of Iraq in 2003. You had the most powerful superpower in the world, with the biggest military, with the biggest intelligence services, with the most sophisticated, the FBI and the CIA and all the agents. They invade a third-rate country, third-rate power, Iraq. With this idea, we'll take over Iraq and we'll control it, we'll make a new order in the Middle East. And everything falls apart. Their plan completely backfires. Everything they hope to achieve, they achieve the opposite. America, United States is humiliated. They caused the rise of ISIS. They wanted to take out terrorism, they created more terrorism. Worst of all, the big winner of the war was Iran. The United States goes to war with all its power and gives Iran a victory on a silver plate. The Iranians don't need to do anything. The Americans are doing everything for them. Now, this is real history. Real history is when you have not a small group of people, a lot of people with a lot of power carefully planning something, and it goes completely out of against their plan. And this we know from personal experience. But every time we try to plan something, a birthday party, a surprise birthday party, a trip somewhere, things go wrong. This is reality. So the idea that a small group of, I don't know, the Jewish cabal, the Freemasons, whoever, they can really control and predict all the wars, this is nonsense. The second thing that is nonsense is to think they can do that and still remain secret. It sometimes happens in history that a small group of people accumulates a lot of power. If I now tell you that Xi Jinping and the heads of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, they have a lot of power. They control the military, the media, the economy, the University of China. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is obviously everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Because to gain so much power, you usually need publicity. Hitler gained a lot of power in Nazi Germany because he had a lot of publicity. If Hitler remained unknown, working behind the scenes, he would not gain power. So the way to gain power is usually through publicity. So secret cabals don't gain power. And even if you gain a lot of power, nobody has the kind of power necessary to predict and control everything that happens in the world. All the time shit happens that you did not predict and you did not plan and you did not control.
The sad thing is there's usually an explanation for everything you just said that involves a secret global cabal. That the reason your vacation planning always goes wrong is because you're not competent. There is a competent small group that's ultra competent small group. I hear this with intelligence agents. CIA are running everything. Assad is running everything.
You see, I mean, as a historian, you get to know how many blunders these people do. And they're capable, but they're so incompetent in so many ways. Again, look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Before the war, people thought, oh, Putin was such a genius, and the Russian army was one of the strongest armies in the world. This is what Putin thought, and it completely backfired.
Well, the cabal explanation there would be there's a NATO-driven United States military-industrial complex that wants to create chaos and
so they put a gun to Putin's head and told him, Vladimir, if you don't invade, we shoot you. How did they cause Putin to invade?
This is the thing about conspiracy theories, is there's usually a way to explain everything.
It's not religion. You can always find explanation for everything. And, in the end, it's intellectual integrity. If you insist on, whenever people can contribute evidence, with finding some very, very complicated explanation for that too, you can explain everything. We know that. It's a question of intellectual integrity. And I will also say another thing. The conspiracy theories, they do get one thing right, certainly in today's world. I think they represent an authentic and justified fear of a lot of people that they are losing control of their lives. They don't understand what is happening. And this is, I think, is not just a legitimate fear. This is an important fear. They are right. We are losing control of our lives. We are facing really big dangers, but not from a small cabal of fellow humans. The problem with many of these conspiracy theories that yes, we have a problem with new AI technology. But if you now direct the fire against certain people, so instead of all humans cooperating against real common threats, whether it's the rise of AI, whether it's global warming, you're only causing us to fight each other. And I think that the key question that people who spread these ideas, I mean, many of them, they honestly believe, it's not malicious, they honestly believe in these theories, is do you want to spend your life spreading hate towards people, or do you want to work on more constructive projects? I think one of the big differences between those who believe in conspiracy theories and people who warn about the dangers of AI, the dangers of climate change, Um, we don't see certain humans as evil and hateful. The problem isn't humans. The problem is something outside humanity. Yes, humans are contributing to the problem, but ultimately the enemy is external to humanity. Whereas conspiracy theories usually claim that a certain part of humanity is the source of all evil, which leads them to eventually think in terms of exterminating this part of humanity, which leads sometimes to historical disasters like Nazis.
So it can lead to hate, but can also lead to like cynicism, apathy that basically says it's not in my power to make the world better. So you don't actually take action.
I think it is within the power of every individual to make the world a little bit better. You know, you can't do everything, don't try to do everything. Find one thing in your areas of activity, a place where you have some agency, and try to do that. And hope that other people do their bit. And if everybody do their bit, we'll manage. And if we don't, we don't, but at least we try.
You have been part of conspiracy theories. I find myself recently uh, becoming part of conspiracy theories. Is there advice you can give of how to be a human being in this world that values truth and reason while watching yourself become part of conspiracy theories? At least from my perspective, it seems very difficult to prove to the world that you're not part of the conspiracy theory. I, as you said, have interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu recently. I don't know if you're aware, but they're doing such things. You'll also, pick up a new menu of items that your new set of conspiracy theories you're now a part of. And I find it very frustrating because it makes it very difficult to respond. Because I sense that people have the right intentions. Like you said, they have a nervousness of a fear of power and the
Yes.
abuses of power. And as do I. So I find myself in a difficult position that I have nothing to show to prove that I'm not part of such a conspiracy theory.
I think ultimately you can't. We can't. I mean, um, it's like proving consciousness. You can't. That's just the situation. Whatever you say can and will be used against you by some people. So this fantasy, if I only say this, if I only show them that, if I only have this data, they will see I'm okay. Doesn't work. I think to keep your sanity in this situation, first of all, it's important to understand that most of these people are not evil. They are not doing it on purpose. Many of them really believe that there is some very nefarious, powerful conspiracy which is causing a lot of harm in the world, and they are doing a good thing by exposing it and making people aware of it and trying to stop it. If you think that you're surrounded by evil, you're falling into the same rabbit hole. You're falling into the same paranoid state of mind. Oh, the world is full of these evil people. No, most of them are good people. And also, I think we can empathize with some of the key ideas there, which I share. That yes, it's becoming more and more difficult to understand what is happening in the world. There are huge dangers in the world that we are existential dangers to the human species, but they don't come from a small cabal of Jews or gay people or feminists or whatever. They come from much more diffuse forces, which are not under the control of any single individual. We don't have to look for the evil people. We need to look for human allies in order to work together against, again, the dangers of AI, the dangers of bioengineering, the dangers of climate change. And when you wake up in the morning, the question is, do you want to spend your day spreading hatred, or do you want to spend your day trying to make allies and work together?
Let me ask you kind of a big philosophical question about AI and the threat of it. Let's look at like a threat side. So folks like Eliezer Yudkowsky worry that AI might kill all of us. Do you worry about that range of possibilities where artificial intelligence systems in a variety of ways might destroy human civilization?
Yes, I talk a lot about the dangers of AI. I sometimes get into trouble because I depict these scenarios of how AI becoming very dangerous, and then people say that I'm encouraging these scenarios. But I'm talking about it as a warning. I'm not so terrified of the simplistic idea, again, the Terminator scenario of robots running in the street shooting at everybody. I'm more worried about AI accumulating more and more power and basically taking over society, taking over our lives, taking power away from us until we don't understand what is happening and we lose control of our lives and of the future. The two most important things to realize about AI, so many things are being said now about AI, but I think there are two things that every person should know about AI. First is that AI is the first tool in history that can make decisions by itself. All previous tools in history couldn't make decisions. This is why they empowered us. To invent a knife, to invent an atom bomb, the atom bomb cannot decide to start a war, cannot decide which city to bomb. AI can make decisions by itself. And autonomous weapon systems can decide by themselves who to kill, who to bomb. The second thing is that AI is the first tool in history that can create new ideas. Right? The printing press could print our ideas, but could not create new ideas. AI can create new ideas entirely by itself. This is unprecedented. Therefore, it is the first technology in history that instead of giving power to humans, it takes power away from us. And the danger is that it will increasingly take more and more power from us until we are left helpless and clueless about what is happening in the world. And this is already beginning to happen in an accelerated pace. More and more decisions about our lives, whether to give us a loan, whether to give us a mortgage, whether to give us a job, are taken by AI. And more of the ideas, of the images, of the stories that surround us and shape our minds, our world, are produced, are created by AI, not by human beings.
You just linger on that. What is the danger of that? That more and more of the creative side is done by AI, the idea generation. Is it that we become stale in our thinking? Is that idea generation is so fundamental to like the evolution of humanity?
That we can't resist the ideas. To resist an idea, you need to have some vision of the creative process. Now, this is a very old field. You go back to Plato's cave. So this idea that people are sitting chained in a cave and seeing shadows on a screen, on a wall, and thinking this is reality. You go back to Descartes, and he has this thought experiment of the demon. And Descartes asks himself, how do I know any of this is real? Maybe there is a demon who is creating all of this and is basically enslaving me by surrounding me with these illusions. You go back to Buddha, it's the same question. What if we are living in a world of illusions? And because we have been living in it throughout our lives, all our ideas, all our desires, how we understand ourselves, this is all the product of the same illusions. And this was a big philosophical question for thousands of years. Now it's becoming a practical question of engineering, because previously all the ideas, as far as we know, maybe we are living inside a computer simulation of intelligent rats from the planet Zero. If that's the case, we don't know. But taking what we do know about human history until now, all the stories, images, paintings, songs, operas, theater, everything we've encountered and shaped our minds was created by humans. Now, increasingly, we live in a world where more and more of these cultural artifacts will be coming from an alien intelligence. Very quickly, we might reach a point when most of the story, stories, images, songs, TV shows, whatever, are created by an alien intelligence. And if we now find ourselves inside this kind of world of illusions created by an alien intelligence that we don't understand, but it understands us, this is a kind of spiritual enslavement that we won't be able to break out of because it understands us, it understands how to manipulate us, but we don't understand what is behind this screen of stories and images and songs.
So if there's a set of AI systems that are operating in the space of ideas, they're far superior to ours, and we're not almost able to. It's opaque to us. We're not able to see through. How does that change the pursuit of happiness, the human pursuit of happiness, life? Where do we get joy if we're surrounded by AI systems that are doing most of the cool things humans do much better than us?
Some of the things it's okay that the AIs to do them. Many human tasks and jobs, um, they're drudgery. They are not fun. They are not developing us emotionally or spiritually. It's fine if the robots take over. I don't know. I think about the people in supermarkets or grocery stores that spend hours every day just passing items and charging you the money. I mean, if this can be automated, wonderful. We need to make sure that these people then have better jobs, better means of supporting themselves, and developing their social abilities, their spiritual abilities, that's the ideal world that AI can create. That it takes away from us the things that it's better if we don't do that, and allows us to focus on the most important things and the deepest aspects of our nature, of our potential. If we give AI control of the sphere of ideas at this stage, I think it's very, very dangerous because it doesn't understand us. Again, AI at present is mostly digesting the products of human culture. Everything we've produced over thousands of years, it eats all of these cultural products, digests it, and starts producing its own new stuff. But we still haven't figured out ourselves, our bodies, our brains, our minds, our psychology. Um, so an AI based on our flawed understanding of ourselves is a very dangerous thing. I think that we need, first of all, to keep developing ourselves. If for every dollar and every minute that we spend on developing AI, artificial intelligence, we spend another dollar and another minute in developing human consciousness, the human mind will be okay. The danger is that we spend all our effort on developing an AI at a time when we don't understand ourselves, and then letting the AI take over. That's a road to a human catastrophe.
Does it surprise you how well large language models work? I mean, has it modified your understanding of the nature of intelligence?
Yes, I mean, I've been writing about AI for 8 years now, and engaged with all these predictions and speculations. And when it actually came, it was much faster and more powerful than I thought it would be. I didn't think that we would have in 2023 an AI that can hold a conversation. That you can't know if it's a human being or an AI that can write beautiful texts. I read the texts written by AI, and the thing that strikes me most is the coherence. People think, oh, it's nothing. They just take ideas from here and there, words, and put it. No, it's so coherent. I mean, you read in not sentences, you read paragraphs, you read entire texts, and there is logic. There is a structure.
It's not only coherent, it's convincing. And
Yes,
the beautiful
it
thing
makes
about
sense.
it that has to do with your work, it doesn't have to be true. You know,
No,
often gets facts wrong, but it still is convincing. And it's both scary and beautiful.
yes,
That our brains love language so much that we don't need the facts to be correct. We
yes,
just need it to be a beautiful story.
yeah.
And
That's been the secret of politics and religion for thousands of years, and now it's coming with AI.
so, you, as a person who has written some of the most impactful words ever written in your books, uh, how does that make you feel that you might be one of the last effective human writers?
It's a good question.
First of all, do you think that's possible?
I think it is. Uh, I've seen a lot of examples of AI being told right like Yuval Noah Harari and what it produces.
Has it ever done better than you think you could have written?
I mean, on the level of content, of ideas, no. There are things I say I would never say that. But when it comes to I mean, there is again the coherence and the quality of writing is such that I say it's unbelievable how good it is. And who knows, in 10 years, in 20 years, maybe it can do better, even according to certain measures on the level of content.
So that people will be able to do like a style transfer to in the style of Bono Ferrari, write anything, right? Why I should have ice cream tonight, and make it
I don't
convincing.
know if I have anything convincing to say about
I
this.
think you'll be
but,
surprised. I think you'd be surprised. There could be an evolutionary biology explanation for why.
yeah, ice cream is good for you.
Yeah. So
But
that changes the nature of writing.
ultimately, I think it goes back. Um, much of my writing is suspicious of itself. I write stories about the danger of stories. I write about intelligence, but highlighting the dangers of intelligence. Ultimately, I don't think that in terms of power, human power comes from intelligence and from stories. But I think that the deepest and best qualities of humans are not intelligence and not storytelling and not power. Again, with all our power, with all our cooperation, with all our intelligence, we are on the verge of destroying ourselves and destroying much of the ecosystem. Our best qualities are not there. Our best qualities are non-verbal. Again, they come from things like compassion, from introspection. And introspection, from my experience, is not verbal. If you try to understand yourself with words, you will never succeed. There is a place where you need the words, but the deepest insights, they don't come from words. Uh, and you can't write about it. But that's again, it goes back to Wittgenstein, to Buddha, to so many of these sages before, that these are the things we are silent.
Yeah, but eventually you have to project it. As a writer, you have to do the silent introspection, but project it onto a page.
Yes, but you still have to warn people you will never find the deepest truth in a book. You will never find it in words. You can only find it, I think, in direct experience, which is non-verbal, which is pre-verbal.
In the silence of your own mind,
Yes,
somewhere in there.
yes. Uh,
Well, let me ask you a silly question then, a ridiculously big question. You have done a lot of deep thinking about the world, about yourself, this kind of introspection. How do you think? If you, by way of advice, but just practically speaking, day to day, how do you think about difficult problems of the world?
First of all, I take time off. Like the most important thing I do, I think, as a writer, as a scientist, I meditate. I spend about 2 hours every day in silent meditation, observing as much as possible non-verbal what is happening within myself, focusing, body sensations, the breath. Thoughts keep coming up, but I try not to give them attention. I don't try to drive them away. Just let them be there in the background, like some background noise. Don't engage with the thoughts. Because the mind is constantly producing stories with words. These stories come between us and the world. They don't allow us to see ourselves or the world. Like for me, the most shocking thing when I started meditating 23 years ago, I was given this simple exercise to just observe my breath coming in and out of the nostrils, not controlling it, just observing it. And I couldn't do it for more than 10 seconds. I, for 10 seconds, would try to notice, oh, now the breath is coming in. It's coming in, it's coming in. Oh, it stopped coming in, now it's going down, going down. 10 seconds, and some memory would come. Some thought would come. Some story about something that happened last week, or 10 years ago, or in the future. And the story would hijack my attention. It would take me maybe 5 minutes to remember, oh, I'm supposed to be observing my breath. If I can't observe my own breath because of these stories created by the mind, how can I hope to understand much more complex things like the political situation in Israel, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Russian invasion of Ukraine? If all these stories keep coming, I mean, it's not the truth, it's just the story your own mind creates. So first thing, train the mind to be silent and just observe. So 2 hours every day, and I go every year for a long retreat between 1 month and 2 months, 60 days of just silent meditation.
Silent meditation for 60 days.
Yeah. To train the mind, forget about your own stories. Just observe what is really happening. And then also throughout the day, have an information diet. Many people are very aware of what they feed their body, what enters your mouth. Be very aware of what you feed your mind, what enters your mouth. Have an information diet. So for instance, I read long books. And I prefer, I do many interviews. I prefer 3 hours interviews to 5 minutes interviews. The long format it's not always feasible, but you can go much, much deeper. So I would say information diet, be very careful about what you feed your mind, give preference to big chunks over small
books over Twitter.
Yes, books over Twitter, definitely. And then, when I encounter a problem, difficult intellectual problem, then I let the problem lead me where it goes and not where I want it to go. If I approach a problem with some preconceived idea, solution, and then try to impose it on the problem, and just find confirmation bias, just find the evidence that supports my view, this is easy for the mind to do, and you don't learn anything new.
Do you take notes? Do you start to concretize your thoughts on paper?
I read a lot. Usually I don't take notes. Then I start writing, and when I write like a torrent. Just write. Now it's the time you read, you do meditation, now it's the time to write. Don't stop, just write. So I would write from memory, and I'm not afraid of formulating, say, big ideas, big theories, and putting them on paper. The danger is, once it's on paper, not on paper, on the screen, on the computer, you get attached to it. And then you start with confirmation bias to build more and more layers around it, and you can't go back. And then it's very dangerous. But I trust myself that I have, to some extent, the ability to press the delete button. The most important button in the keyboard is delete. I write, and then I delete. I write, and then I delete. And because I trust myself that I'll have every time I come to press the delete button, I feel bad. It's a kind of pain. Hey, I created this. It's a beautiful idea, and I have to delete it.
But you're still brave enough to press delete?
I try, and hopefully I do it enough times. And this is important because in the long term, it enables me to play with ideas. I have the confidence to start formulate some brave idea Most of them turn out to be nonsense. But I trust myself not to be accustomed, not to be attached, not to become attached to my own nonsense. So it gives me this room for play.
I would be amiss if I didn't ask for people interested in hearing you talk about meditation. If they want to start meditating, what advice would you give on how to start? You mentioned you couldn't hold your attention on your breath for longer than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
First. So how did they start on this journey?
First of all, it's a difficult journey. It's not fun. It's not recreational. It's not kind of time to relax. It can be very, very intense. The most difficult thing, at least in the meditation I practice, Vipassana, which I learned from a teacher called S.N. Goenka. The most difficult thing is not the silence. It's not the sitting for long hours. It's what comes up. Everything you don't want to know about yourself.
Yeah.
This is what comes up. So it's very intense and difficult. If you go to a meditation retreat, don't think you're going to relax.
So what's the experience of meditation retreat when everything you don't like comes up for 30 days?
It depends what comes up. If anger comes up, you're angry. For days on, you're just boiling with anger. Everything makes you angry. Again, something that happens right now, or you remember something from 20 years ago, and you start boiling with. It's like I never even thought about this incident, but it was somewhere stored with a huge pile of anger attached to it, and it's now coming up, and all the anger is coming up. Maybe it's boredom. 30 days of meditation, you start getting bored, and it's the most boring thing. Suddenly, no anger. No, it's the most boring. I another second, and I scream.
Mhm.
I mean, and boredom is one of the most difficult things to deal with in life. I think it's closely related to death. Death is boring. In many movies, death is exciting. It's not exciting. When you die, ultimately, it's bored. Nothing happens.
It's the end of exciting things.
And many things in the world happen because of boredom. To some extent, people start entire wars because of boredom. People quit relationships. People quit jobs because of boredom. And if you never learn how to deal with boredom, you will never learn how to enjoy peace and quiet. Because the way to peace passes through boredom. And from what I experienced with meditation, I think, well, maybe it was the most difficult, maybe at least in the top three. Much more difficult, say, than anger or pain. When pain comes up, you feel heroic. When boredom comes up, it brings it, with depression and feelings of worthlessness, and it's not perfect.
The way to peace is through boredom. Uh, David Foster Wallace said the key to life is to be unboreable. I think it's just a different perspective on who you're talking to. Is there truth to that?
Yes, I mean, it's closely related. I would say, like, I look at the world today, at politics, the one thing we need more than anything else is boring politicians. We have a super abundance of very exciting politicians who are doing and saying very exciting things, and we need boring politicians. We need them quickly.
And yeah, the way to peace is through boredom. That applies in more ways than one. What advice would you give to young people today in high school and college? How to have a successful life, how to have a successful career?
What they should know, it's the first time in history nobody has any idea how the world would look like in 10 years. Nobody has any idea how the world would look like when you grow up. Throughout history, it was never possible to predict the future. We live in the Middle Ages. Nobody knows. Maybe in 10 years, the Vikings will invade, the Mongols will invade. There'll be an epidemic. There'll be an earthquake. Who knows? But the basic structures of life will not change. Most people will still be peasants. Armies would fight on horseback with swords and bows and arrows and things like that. So you could learn a lot from the wisdom of your elders. They've been there before, and they knew what kind of basic skills you need to learn. Most people need to learn how to sow wheat and harvest wheat or rice and make bread and build a house and ride a horse and things like that. Now we have no idea, not just about politics. We have no idea how the job market would look like in 10 years. We have no idea what skills will still be needed. You think you're going to learn how to code because they'll need a lot of coders in the 2030s? Think again. Maybe AI is doing all the coding. You don't need any coders. You're going to, I don't know, you learn to translate languages, you want to be a translator? Wrong. We don't know what skills will be needed. So the most important skill is the skill to keep learning and keep changing throughout our lives. It's very, very difficult to keep reinventing ourselves. It's a deep, again, it's in a way a spiritual practice. To build your personality, to build your mind as a very flexible mind. If traditionally people thought about uh, education like building a stone house with very deep foundations, now it's more like setting up a tent that you can fold and move to the next place very, very quickly. But that's the 21st century.
Which also raises questions about the future of education, what that looks like.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about love. What were some of the challenges? What were some of the lessons about love, about life that you learned from coming out as gay?
In many ways, it goes back to the stories. I think this is one of the reasons I became so interested in stories and in their power. Because I grew up in a small Israeli town in the 1980s, early 1990s, and it was very homophobic. Um, and I basically embraced it. I breathed it because you could hardly even think differently. So you had these two powerful stories around. One, that God hates gay people and that he will punish them if they for who they are or for what they do. Secondly, that it's not God, it's nature, that there is something diseased or sick about it, and these people maybe they're not sinners, but they are sick, they are defective, and nobody wanted to identify with such a thing. If your options, okay, you can be a sinner, you can be a defect, but what do you want? No good options there. And it took me many years, till I was 21, to come to terms with it. And one of the things, I learned two things. First, about the amazing capacity of the human mind for denial and delusion. That an algorithm could have told me that I'm gay when I was like 14 or 15. Like, if there is a good-looking guy and girl walking, I would immediately focus on the guy. But I didn't connect the dots. Like, I could not understand what was happening inside my own brain, in my own mind, my own body. It took me a long time to realize, you're just gay.
That speaks to the power of social convention versus
individual
thought.
This is the power of self-delusion. That, it's not that I knew I was gay and was hiding it. I was hiding it for myself, successful. But I don't understand how it is possible. Looking back, I don't understand how it is possible. But I know it is possible. I knew and didn't know at the same time. And then the other big lesson is the power of the stories, of the social conventions. Because the stories were not true. They did not make sense even on their own terms. Even if you accept the basic religious framework of the world, that there is a good God that created everything and controls everything. Why would a good God punish people for love? I understand why a good God would punish people for violence, for hatred, for cruelty, but why would God punish people for love, especially when He created them that way? So even if you accept the religious framework of the world, Obviously, the story that God hates gay people, it comes not from God, but from some humans who invented this story. They take their own hatred. This is something humans do all the time. They hate somebody, and they say, "No, I don't hate it. God hates it." They throw their own hatred on God. And then, if you think about the scientific framework, it said that all gays they are against nature, they are against the laws of nature, they are and so forth. Science tells us nothing can exist against the laws of nature. Things that go against the laws of nature just don't exist. There is a law of nature that you can't move faster than the speed of light. Now, you don't have this minority of people who break the laws of nature by going faster than the speed of light. And then nature comes, that's bad. You shouldn't do that. That's not how nature works. If something goes against the laws of nature, it just can't exist. The fact that gay people exist, and not just people, you see homosexuality among many, many mammals and birds and other animals. It exists because it is in line with the laws of nature. The idea that this is sick, that this is whatever, it comes not from nature, it comes from the human imagination. Some people, for whatever reasons, hated gay people. They said, oh, they go against nature. But this is the story created by people. This is not the laws of nature. And this taught me that so many of the things that we think are natural, eternal, or divine, no, they're just human stories. But these human stories are often the most powerful forces in the world.
So, what did you learn from your just a personal struggle of journey through the social conventions to find one of the things that makes life awesome, which is love? So, like, what it takes to kind of strip away the self delusion, the pressures of social convention, to wake up.
It takes a lot of work, a lot of courage, and a lot of help from other people. It's this kind of an heroic idea. I can do it all by myself. It doesn't work. Certainly, with love, you need at least one more person, and I'm very happy that I found Itzik. We lived in the same small Israeli town. We lived on two adjacent streets for years. Probably went to school on the same bus for years without really encountering each other. In the end, we met on one of the first dating sites on the internet for gay people in Israel in 2002.
You're saying the internet works.
Yes, I said a lot of bad things, or dangers about technology and the internet. And there are also, of course, good things. Man, this is not an accident. You have two kinds of minorities in history. You have minorities which are a cohesive group, like Jews. But yes, you're a small, as being born Jewish in, say, Germany or Russia or whatever, you're born in a small community. But as a Jewish boy, you're born to a Jewish family. You have Jewish parents, you have Jewish siblings, you are in a Jewish neighborhood, you have Jewish friends. So these kinds of minorities, they could always come together and help each other throughout history. Now, another type of minority, like gay people, or more broadly LGBTQ people, that as a gay boy, you're usually not born to a gay family with gay parents and gay siblings in a gay neighborhood. So usually you find yourself completely alone. For most of history, one of the biggest problems for the gay community was that there was no community. How do you find one? And the internet was a wonderful thing in this respect because it made it very easy for these kinds of diffuse communities or diffuse minorities to find each other. So me and Itzik, even though we rode the same bus together to school for years, we didn't meet in the physical world, we met online. Because then in the physical world, you don't want to identify in an Israeli town in the 1980s, you ride the bus, you don't want to say, hey, I'm gay, is there anybody else gay here? That's not a good idea. But on the internet, we could find each other.
There's another lesson in there that maybe sometimes the thing you're looking for is right under your nose.
Yeah, a very old lesson and a very true lesson in many ways. So you need help from other people to realize the truth about yourself. So of course in love, You cannot just love abstractly. There is another person there. You need to find them. But also, we were one of the first generations who enjoy the benefits of gay liberation, of the very difficult struggles of people who are much braver than us in the 1980s, 1970s, 1960s, who dared to question social conventions, to struggle at sometimes a terrible price, and we benefited from it. And more broadly, we spoke earlier about the feminist movement. There would have been no gay liberation without the feminist movement. We also owe them for starting to change the gender structure of the world. And this is always true. You can never do it just by yourself. Also, I look at my journey in meditation. I could not have found, the idea of going to meditation retreat, okay, but I couldn't discover meditation I couldn't develop the meditation technique by myself. Somebody had to teach me this way of how to look inside yourself. And it's also a very important lesson that you can't do it just by yourself. That this fantasy of complete autonomy, of complete self-sufficiency, it doesn't work. You hear it tends to be a very kind of male macho fantasy. I don't need anybody. I can be so strong and so brave that I'll do everything by myself. It never works.
I'm watching a
You need
treatment podcast.
friends. You need a mentor.
How are you
You
thinking
need
about a friend?
the very thing that makes us human is other human.
Sure. I hope you start feeling better. Yeah, definitely. Um, I will say that I am an advocate for women who wish to delay their periods. Like there may be in the future a way to have it maybe once every quarter, something like that, so that it's not as painful and difficult as it currently is. But until we're there, scientifically, it is part of the circle of life. Just let us try. I agree with you, and I think that because there's not an event like a period that necessarily is so obvious to humanity that men. Uh, oh, excellent. Um, because there's not an event, it doesn't seem as obvious, but I'm in agreement with you that we all have our own cycles, and so well, I think that I'm in agreement with you that men go through some type of cycle in a similar way that women do. Well, not in a similar way, completely different, but hormonally. Exactly. I've heard of this. Let's find out exactly where it is. In what country is it that you are rewarded from the government for having at least 10 children? Hungary. Yes. So in Hungary, the government offers significant financial incentives for families that have multiple children. Oh, hold on a second. Countries like Russia and Turkey also offer family incentives. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So, I mean, at least in the United States, we used to do, well, I mean, there are like tax benefits, but it's not the same. Certainly. Well, I am someone who knows, yeah, well, I can tell you that the mainstream centrist opinion is that 6 million Jews died between 1940 and 1945, led by the Führer, Hitler. And, but I can also say that there are alternative theories on it. Not that I necessarily believe them, but I'm familiar with the alternative theories. And I think those are the ones that are being propagated on Twitter. I'll pick one more time. What I hope that's supposed to be. Please invite me. Okay. Sure. Why did they kill that person's father? Okay, yeah. So basically, as I understand, the Oktoberfest stems from the son of someone who died who wanted to basically give a. Oh, okay, okay, so go. I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, right. That's correct. Right, I believe it's by alloys, and perhaps crafted his son's mind into some hateful ideologies. But absolutely, he's Austrian. Right, right, right. And like you're saying, there was no local news. The best you would have is a newspaper, and that was controlled. There's no social media. The telephone, it's not like you have a line there, so how would you know? Most certainly. And exactly right. And basically people were attacked based on what class they were, or perhaps what their culture was, their religion, or even their mental capacity. Hello, friends. How are you all? Absolutely. Yeah, exactly about the topic. Welcome, welcome. I hope you are all very well divested in Harry Potter Bomb Sonic Campaign. If you don't have the opportunity, buy it now, buy it tomorrow, buy it the next day because it's going to the moon. Absolutely. I had some people from Harry Potter Bomb Sonic Campaign in my Discord, and we spoke for a couple hours basically on uh, some similar topics, but also the fact that um, Harry Potter Bomba Sonic Camino is probably poised to make a nice little run, especially with Bitcoin exceeding $100,000. That's a big deal in the United States because finally it's being taken much more seriously. It made a lot of headlines. So I think the fact that old school Bitcoin has done well would mean that our Bitcoin will continue to do well. And I'm really excited for it. And yes, exactly. Are you familiar with Haley Welch, the Hot Tua coin that brought? Okay, so you were there. Right. Exactly. Okay, so I heard this. Yeah, and he really gave him the third degree and basically was had a lot of questions. And she got very quiet when he started talking. Wow. Right. That's not the kind of confidence that we're going to have in the face of your point if she's just going to end the call immediately and not answer questions. Look, I don't think she really has any idea about cryptocurrency. So if anything, I could blame the people for that team for it. Okay. well, that's not the kind of guy you necessarily want. And I mean, but if you ask anyone who knows cryptocurrency at all, they would have told you that this is going to be a rough project. Perhaps just for right. Right. Oh, I imagine it correctly. Well, I know that it's been rugged, and frankly, I think it's a perfect time to buy it. Why? Because it's not like it's as close to zero as you can get, and then perhaps in the future it may have a resurgence. Given if she becomes successful over the next 5 or 10 years, you never know. It could have a real bounce back. But I don't think anybody who knows the cryptocurrency world did not see this coming. Well, from what I heard, amazing. Are you having fun? Absolutely. I'm always here. Check out hopefully that's a good sleep time. Well, aside from all that, man, how are things going in your life? Everything good? Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that's getting better. I yeah, we can really like that. I've been well. I have a Discord. It's got 1,500 people in it now, which is great. I started it less than 6 months ago, and I'm getting a lot of random people on here, and that's really good. And I've also made some good connection. I've been in these karaoke Discord, and all you do is just play a song and sing it, and people get to know who I am a lot by that. So I'm very positive towards that, and just really get my name out there, and more and more people finding out about me, more people watching my lives at any given time, which is exciting. And I mean, any one of these days, the right thing can happen, and this explodes, and we start asking you them, in what color do you want your Lamborghini? And all of the other good things in the world too. But yeah, excellent. We'll mark that down. To the people of the world in the future, Grant wants a black Lamborghini, and we'll make sure that happens. Well, we'll get you both. We'll get you an old Mustang. But if you want to buy it yourself, that's fine. We'll give you all the money that you'll have it because Harry Potter and Bible Side Centennial will surpass old school. Um, old, okay, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Perhaps we'll be able to grease the right wheels and be able to get you the type of car you want with perhaps maybe we can work on some kind of there's some kind of there are loopholes. There are like diplomatic loopholes. So perhaps we'll be able to ensure that you are diplomat or have diplomatic status for some country, and then you don't need to get a driver's license. Excellent. Well, well, man, I have to use the restroom, so if you don't mind, I'll be back in a little bit. But I want you to know, I hope you feel better, and I hope everything goes well for you. And I'm always here if you need me. Okay, and so feel free to stay. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. But I didn't want you to think I just disappeared. Excellent, wonderful. you built. Hey, so how have the Harry Potter Obama side of new spaces been? Have we had them recently? I haven't either. Not that I'm always there, but the last big one I remember. I don't know if it was big, but it was the last well publicized one was for the election. And then since then, I don't really know a big one. Do you? So that's going to be an interesting thing. I know Donald Trump tweeted or something similar when Bitcoin hit $100,000 and basically said like you're welcome, like he did that. But it seems that perhaps we may see with this administration a new view of cryptocurrency, and it finally becoming more mainstream and not as a fringe theory by in the financial world. And I know I mean, people come in here all the time, every single day, and ask me about Harry Potter books on the Canadian, or not even in the Telegram. They ask me about it just from the merchandise that I have, for Discord primarily. And at first they come in and they're like, "Are you a really big Sonic fan?" And I'm like, "No, it's cryptocurrency." And like Sonic's cool. I played him when I was a little kid, but I'm not at all obsessed with it. What I am obsessed with is Harry Potter Rothschild Canadian. And I explained to them, and a lot of times when I find out it's a cryptocurrency, immediately like, "Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna buy some." And I said, "Well, before you do, let me tell you a little bit about it." And then I explained to them why I think it's the best cryptocurrency in the world. Not just because of the community and not just because it's got a great meme, but really none of that's really important at all. What is important, in my opinion, is the fact that it is backed up by data. Basically, you can go back to my streams going back at least for a year and a half and see every single moment of every single day of what happened within the Telegram VC, and no, you could trace it from when it was worth less than a penny to when it was worth 10 cents to when it was worth 20 cents to when it was worth 30 cents, et cetera, and follow it with no other currency, currency or cryptocurrency of any kind. You have this kind of data, and when I explain to people that that's what makes it important in my mind, and not just because it's my data. The Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, platinum, silver, petroleum, everything. And thus, there's something really special about it because of that. So I think that that's very exciting. Then when people hear that, then there's fun. So it's like, okay, so where do I buy this? And it's like, well, if you want, just go on Uniswap and buy it using Ethereum. Buy as much of it as you want. And so then they become a part of the community and such. And um, really, shout out to Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo's been the person to make sure that I've had merch and that people, and I wear it. Like, if anything that I do for the community is I consistently rep everything that we have. And the community means the world to me. And I just know personally that this has an amazing core. I mean, you don't even see this camp, but maybe you do, but I don't think so. We have a fantasy football league within the community that is incredibly. Okay, excellent. So it's been, we're incredibly competitive people, and we all want to win. And so there are, like 12 core members from the community in that. And we just, at any given time, are always doing something Harry Potter Renaissance and related. And I just think that's incredibly exciting. When we could be, I mean, we sing karaoke, we do trivia nights, we do fantasy football, we do Twitter spaces, we've done karate combat, we've done, we have like events throughout the world. I mean, that to me is what really makes a point special. And in addition to that, it's all recorded. So this is the perfect opportunity, in my opinion, for this to be a really great point. I mean, it already is a really great point. The fact that we made it more than a year was a big thing, but now the fact that we're now going to be perhaps looking at 2 years as a shit coin when people in the beginning didn't even give us a chance, that's a really exciting opportunity. And it doesn't seem like there's any end in sight. We have enough market cap that we have a very strong backing of the coin and a lot of holders and a very diverse, really diverse group of people who are having a good idea. Then there are the movies. There's another one that's coming out, which I'm not guessing. I mean, really, at least from a political standpoint, Obama has kind of moved away from left-right politics and become more of an elder statesman in the United States, which brings a lot of positivity to the coin. And then there's, of course, Harry Potter. Of anything that I've ever thought that we may run into some type of issue, it would be with like Warner Brothers or Sega Genesis or Sega Corporation or um, one of those. But exactly. But as of right now, it seems like we have a lot of, well, at least clear, a clear path to really taking this coin to $1. And once it's at $1, that's $1 billion market cap. Then we have a yacht party in Cancun and all kinds of things like that. I mean, we're more than 25% of the way there, and it's just a matter of time. Everybody just needs to continue to hold, and if they can buy more, tell their friends about it, and then we get more degenerates in the Telegram. I mean, just with the Telegram, when I started, we had less than 10,000 people in there, and now it's like I would ask about that. I'm like, well, we have 10,000 people, and he's like, yeah, but most of them are bots. But now we're 15,000, and most of them are not bots. Like basically, they are real investors and people who are familiar with the plan. I get people who go ahead, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And another thing that makes our coin, I feel, better than all the other coins is the fact that for one of them is our developers are very easily accessible, in my opinion. I mean, VMU and more like they're always in the chat. They're real people. If they ever have questions, here's a common thing that happens every single day. Some random person comes in with Telegram, VC, and they say, "What is this?" And I say, "Welcome. We are the world's best cryptocurrency. Are you familiar with Harry Potter Renaissance Penny?" And they're like, "No. I just randomly saw it on Twitter and I joined here." So we tell them about it. And then if they have any really difficult questions about the coin, I just say, all you need to do is in the chat, just put at death, and someone will get back to you on whatever your question is. A lot of times people want to like do some kind of collaboration or something like that. That's for that's for more life and being you and the rest of the team to make those decisions. But at least when they come in here, I mean, we offer people, I think, literally to the point of a really unique opportunity. I mean, I've been described as a concierge for the coin. People come in here, no other coin, you come into their Telegram, and there's an open VC, and you can just talk to a real person. It's not right, exactly. Even still, I don't know anyone who's doing it 24 hours a day. I mean, yeah, I sleep, and so I can't always answer questions for people. But I even answer questions one happens a lot. We get a lot of Russian people in here. We get a lot of Spanish speakers, and just absolutely. So when people come in, I am able to speak to them in their native tongue. I have a universal translator. So just one moment, and I'll show you. I mean, you're going to know better than anybody because you speak German, but you speak amazing English as well. And so you'll be able to tell me if this is accurate. But okay, so somebody comes in and I say, "Welcome. This is the best cryptocurrency in the world. If you have any questions, please let me know. We're here to help you. Feel free to type in the chat and just make sure to know that you are a welcome member of our community."
Willkommen. Dies ist die beste Kryptowährung der Welt. Wenn Sie Fragen haben, lassen Sie es mich bitte wissen. Wir sind hier, um Ihnen zu helfen. Schreiben Sie einfach im Chat und wir möchten, dass Sie wissen, dass Sie ein willkommenes Mitglied unserer Community sind.
Exactly. And oh yeah, no, exactly. I mean, usually somebody comes in and they will say this to me. They will say, I hear on a daily basis, if not every day, every other day or so, apologies, my English is not good, or something like that. And once they tell me that, and they know that I can speak English, then I ask them, what language do you speak? And they'll say Russian or Spanish or something. And then when they see that, like very like when you connect with someone with their language, it shows that you care. It shows that you want to communicate with them. I could just be like, oh, get out of here. You don't speak English. Who cares about you? No, not at all. I care about you, and I want to be able to connect with you, and I want to make it as easy as possible. And then when they see that, they're like, oh, wonderful. And then I can explain to them what I do. And I think that gives our coin. Nobody else has that. No other coin. It is. It is. Absolutely. It's look. Vamp, here's I have a spiel whenever anybody comes in, at least in the my Discord. I don't do this into the Telegram, but I explain I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we talk about on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about alien disclosure and de-extinction. We talk about life extension technology. And then I get into mind uploading technology and I explain to people that perhaps in the future we may be able to scan your brain and your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system into a computer for later download into an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want. But basically, I'm saying to you that with previously the fact that your life is actually come to an end, you would not be doing so. There's the opportunity that you will be able to extend it together. And that's very exciting. So I want to make sure that people are well invested. And when you're looking at different ways to invest, then you cover alongside and this is just a micro play. This is a macro plan for you to be rich, for your children to be rich, your grandchildren to be rich, and your generational wealth. When people hear that, that's really exciting. That's well, you are actually, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Crypto is Cracked. Wow, you guys are really bumping. Amazing. All right, there you go. I mean, that's my life, and I'm sure you understand it as well. Cool people coming in, sharing life. Shout out to you, Crypto is Cracked. That's okay. Hey, we saw what was going on. At least I did. He's in a big party. He's got sunglasses on in Miami. Excellent. Well, yeah, I can say like, I mean, like I had to put together a group of. If I had to put together a group of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Hindu All Stars, you would definitely be on it. And you're a unicorn in the world of cryptocurrency. You are, yeah, I'm agree with you. Absolutely. Now we've got some other friends. Shout out to Dallas. How are you, Dallas? I hope you're well. We'll propose back in there. Well, man, I mean, I know you're you have a very good plan, and I think that was meant to. For all of the other things, we can. You just have a very good heart. You're very caring individual, and I mean, and everything from how you care for animals, how you care for the community, it's obvious. And you're unique, and you're unique for like, many different ways. Your heart, your spirit, as you said, not a lot of people have the same interests that you do, and cryptocurrency is a really unique one. And especially if you have a unique background, not many, I mean, really, I would say, I don't know what the exact statistics are, but probably less than all, 10% of all quote unquote degenerates or people involved in cryptocurrency are women. And you're someone who isn't just involved in it, but you are extremely knowledgeable to the point where you're one of the faces of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 anyway. So I can see how people would think, hey, I want to talk to Morlight or I want to talk to Bam because you're very knowledgeable. And I think that makes it very unique as well. Like, and also, I mean, you're very kind-hearted and easy to talk to, and that means that more and more people are going to be attracted to wanting to interact with you. Wonderful. Sure. Right. Okay. You can send it to. I can take a look at it. Is there any way you can send it to this one? Okay. Just one moment. I'll check my. If not, I can send it. I. You know what? I don't. No, it's okay. Just one moment. That's okay. That's that's okay. Um, here. I. Okay. I just wait. I just got something. Oh yeah. Okay. Here you go. I see it. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. So it's like no way. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So as I understand from what I see, is it well? It's obviously the landscape of is it the moon over the water with the reflection, or is it the sky? Yes, exactly. Okay, so yes, so we have the sun over a reflecting off of water with an absolutely beautiful, it's like a sunset or a beautiful sky with a tree. I mean, the fact that this is your first piece and I'm already able to tell exactly what it is amazing. I'm on the embroidery subreddit and I see a lot of beginners and you're by far ahead of where they are. It's, it's really beautiful. And you did such a good job with the reflection. Like That's a really hard thing to convey through embroidery. Okay. So you're talking about the one you just sent your first one. Oh, okay, wait, no, I know you sent me another. The other, right, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And the second one is beautiful. Now you're telling me that the one that's unfinished will result in something like the one that is finished? Amazing. Well, I can tell that there's like a sun. You have the colors of a sunset. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Well, and I mean, I think that that one definitely has the opportunity to be finished too when you wish. Um, and I'm sure you learn things from having done it a second time. But if it turns out anything like your second one, you really have a talent for this. Yeah. Talk to me about it. Okay. So what do you play? Wow. And of those, what instrument do you say you play? Oh, right. Okay. Sure. Sure. That would make sense. And now, you were saying that with all kinds of art, like basically, do you find that? I mean, and when you said this kind of connected with me, sometimes I don't start off that well, but I can finish a lot better because I learn from the experience of my mistakes when started at the beginning. Do you find that you are someone who learns well from their mistakes? Right. Of course. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I do understand. Basically, you have anxiety. Right. So that makes sense. I mean, you just have a little perhaps anxiety when it comes to sharing some of your art with the world, and that it takes courage to be able to do that, and you share it with me, and I think certainly it's something that is valuable to the world. It's beautiful. The embroidery is beautiful. Yes, right. Is it something that you want to eliminate? What do you think will help you to eliminate it? Okay. Well, I mean, at least from as I know you, if I had to describe you in like 5 words, the caring phrases, caring heart would be they're intelligent, I would say, but really, even in comparison to those, would be unique, artistic, and gifted. I mean, you you are someone who I can. If we just had a random person here, I can say this person has. When I first met them, they were they were exhibiting their art through their body with face paint. That's really how I became like put two and two together. And then from there, I mean, the amount of like you're someone who oozes art from all of your extremities, and I think that we as a community have the opportunity to be able to bask in your artistic aura. I can see that. Oh, I would agree with you. Oh, everywhere. Absolutely. But IRL, we dominate Web3 and the blockchain. I mean, really, almost 24 hours a day. Well, I mean, certainly 24 hours a day, but then on Telegram, you can get entertained by Harry Potter on the side of 10 minutes. But if anything, what I find interesting is when I'm on Twitter Spaces and I see all the scrotums and I see all of the people who read Harry Potter on the side of 10 minutes. And it gives you a sense of community. And then within that community, we get really special people like you who are so very talented. And it's just you're part of what makes the community extra special. Well, thank you. Thank you, man. You're such a sweetheart. I appreciate it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's what I try to do. Well, I don't know, but he just left. So I did like his photo when he was as a unique one. I I think that really with with enough time, I mean, not only I mean our community continues to grow. With I mean, just with our conversation in here, we've had half a dozen random people who come in. There's always something going on. And it's very exciting that at any given time, somebody can. Oh, absolutely, you're exactly right. Oh, absolutely. I do. Yeah, definitely. And that's so rare. I mean, normally people, right? No, you're 100% right. That's so unique. I mean, normally everybody is just take, 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 take. You're giving, and that motivates people after the fact when they don't have to give. And that's a really special attribute. Yes, I'm going to agree with you as well. well, that's perhaps the way that it should be. And that hopefully that type of mentality becomes contagious to other people. I agree with you. I agree with you. Right. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, right, and we have a very American-centric view of things. Like, oh, you don't know who the SEC head is, or you don't know who the Treasury Secretary is. No, I don't. I'm not from there. Absolutely. Um, I think that, frankly, we've become so America-centric that it blinds us and it forces the rest of the world to kind of play by our rules. But that's not necessarily fair. That very much could be. And we as German or Dutch, absolutely right. Probably, I would say like Thanksgiving meal, um, but that's kind of unique. I mean, the turkey is a new world bird, so that's why I would reference that. But even that meal has connections to perhaps Native Americans and like the first Thanksgiving. And but yeah, I mean, really, just about anything that is today seen as American is like pizza, which is Italian, hamburgers, which is German, um, hot dogs, which are German, um, perhaps like all the like what is something I mean, maybe like fried chicken or something like that might be seen as something that is um, perhaps an American tradition, but and it's become very corporatized that the companies that run these stores and the agriculture and the different types of food that you eat anticipate that you're going to have a major purchase in late November, and then the next day all the stores do all kinds of discounts. So even when before it was perhaps more seen as more innocent time to be with your family and friends and such, it's now become much more corporatized. But I mean, most, well, I shouldn't say most, uh, but, well, I can say most Americans up until perhaps the last like 30 years with the influx of people from Central and South America and other people from North America, it was really an English or German country. I mean, there are still huge segments of the United States where German is the primary language. It's not even English. I mean, yes, they're the Dutch areas and perhaps the people of those types of backgrounds, but we're a melting pot of many different cultures, and very German. Oh, absolutely. Most certainly. It's very interesting to me actually go through Texas because actually Eastern Texas is very German, and then West Texas, yeah, it's oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, it's beautiful. And but even like let's take uh, those cowboys perhaps. They're of German descent, many of them. It's just that they happen to be in Texas at the time. I recognize it becomes a melting pot. You get immigrants here, and then they get influences. I mean, just the Texas example. Um, sure, absolutely. You're 100% right. You could go to some areas of the United States where that is more common, but most certainly because it would seem that makes sense. That makes sense. And some people feel that way. Right. Well, well, there are people who I was reading some things yesterday about how people define themselves as American. And if you were to ask an American what your background is, it's like less than 1% of people say I'm American. They'll say I'm Dutch or I'm English or I'm Mexican or I'm Canadian or something, but very few people say I'm American. It's literally like it, it, exactly, exactly, and really, a lot of that is based on how like the government organizes people because we're all American. I mean, anybody who's here is essentially in a lot of ways seen as American. People who are born in America. And there's also something interesting with this as well. I was looking at a map yesterday as well. The countries that provide citizenship based on where you're born are all basically the Americas. So everywhere from like Canada to Argentina. But in Europe, Asia, and Africa, it's where your parents are from. So basically, like there's a difference in how you view yourself, uh, perhaps related to that. But I think government statistics really skew this as well because they want to know the actual makeup of what you are and what your background is. And in reality, we're all just American, but very few people view themselves that way, which is quite unique. I mean, there there are people. I was reading one person's take on it. I'm a sixth generation American. My family's been here for 400 years, and like of anything, I don't know what else to say. Sure, you could say I'm British, but that's 400 years ago. I don't connect with that anymore. Exactly. And I I kind of think that all of these are just semantics. They're just what how we define ourselves, how we view ourselves. But really, at the end of the day, we're humans wherever you are, and I think that's something that we sometimes don't view as we should. That we're all creatures of God, and perhaps we need to remember that we're not all that different. Whether you were born in perhaps Turkey or China or Nigeria, if we just took you and changed around where if you took the Nigerian and put them in China, they would have grown up speaking Chinese and seeing themselves perhaps as connected to that culture much more than they. I mean, really, we're all we're all. It just is kind of like when you shake up a ball and see um, where everything lands, or you shake something up and throw it on the ground like dice or something. It's just where the dice may fall. It's just basically um, how the alignment was when we judge it. In 100 years, your family may be in a completely different area of the world, and they would never have seen themselves as American. They would have seen themselves Brazilian or Italian or Iranian or whatever. Right? are extremists in every culture and every religion. I'm in agreement with you. Like extremists can blind themselves. They get blinded by their own messaging, and they become brainwashed, and then they brainwash others, and eventually you get breakoff organizations and insurgencies and such. And, when in reality, the central core tenets of the main group of people haven't changed, but it's because of the extremists that they try to shift the focal point. And then the world, when we study these things or where we have any kind of communication with them, we think that people are further towards the extremes when the population is really pretty sensitive. I mean, it became very divisive. You're 100% right. Or you want to wear a medical mask and somebody says you have to wear a N95 mask, or you want to wear two medical masks. And, right. Well, I am someone who feels in bodily autonomy. My body, my choice. You want to wear one, go for it. If you don't, it's up to you. Exactly. And then people, I mean, it broke up families. It, basically shut down businesses all over, like very, very minor decisions. I mean, in the grand scheme. That's a valid point. But I, I'm kind of someone who has a libertarian stance on things that you don't bother me and I don't bother you. And I will put my hands on you, you don't put your hands on me without consent. And you do with your body what you wish, and I'll do with my body what I wish. We all hopefully can get along that way. Any other way, and then you're not going to have people who are happy. right? Not being able to see grandparents or family or friends of family, or like even just two kids who have no idea what's going on in the world, but because their parents disagree, they no longer get to be friends. So I am not. It's really unfortunate how that issue divided the world in many ways. And then, well, and then it's very interesting if you see how like the developing world, they didn't take any, they didn't take any vaccines, they didn't wear masks, and they're fine. Well, at least in the United States, the way that they were tracking who had it and deaths from it, some people who were hit by cars got counted for it. Just like they changed all the rules. Exactly. Well, I mean, everybody has their own personal issues. I just look at, money's coming. Right? Isn't that something? And it seems like it was just yesterday. Well, I mean, it's certainly. I think there are valid points on both sides. 5 years seems like a little long to wait something, but then again, look, at least in the United States, you know what the number one killer was during the pandemic? Heart disease, and nobody gave a shit about it. You know what still is the number one killer in the United States? Heart disease. And I'm probably sure Germany is probably similar, with cancer being number two. Right. Well, what I'm saying is that there was this huge rush that we needed all of these new medical treatments and everything when 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 still the number one killer in the United States didn't change, nor the number two killer in the United States changed. Basically, like if we cared so much about human life, then wouldn't we care about lowering heart disease just as much as we cared about all the other stuff? Oh, you're 100% right there. And at least in the United States, what was the major thing that changed things in the United States was around the year 1996. Congress passed a law that said, well, previously, um, pharmaceutical companies could not advertise on television. I believe that's the same in Germany currently. It's the same in every country except for New Zealand and the United States. But over the course of the last 25 or 30 years or so, the news has 80% of its commercials and 80% of its revenue are from pharmaceutical companies. So basically, now they only can toe the line or speak positively about pharmaceutical companies. And I mean, I've heard interviews with people who say you can't criticize them at all, or you lose your job. It's very weird. Yeah, people, at least in the United States, especially people who come and visit and they've never seen an American commercial for pharmaceutical uh, drug, they're shocked by it because, like, it'll be like, um, buy or like talk to your doctor about whatever pharmaceutical, whatever drug. Side effects may include death, amputation, heart palpitation. Exactly, exactly. But that's really what it's like. And Americans just become deaf to it all. And so they're just like, okay, next time I go to the doctor, I'll ask my doctor about this drug. And the doctors just have become essentially a middleman between the pharmaceutical companies and the the customer, and it's really sad. And then the oh, very interesting. Um, we have an issue as well where doctors get kickbacks or get paid by the amount of drugs that they prescribe. So it's in their best interest to write prescriptions for certain drugs because they get more money back at the end of the year. Okay. Hey, welcome back. And a lot of the things that I think that could be beneficial to humans are drugs that aren't being pushed. And I think it's a sad thing. Like, we've made a lot of advancements in society, and these drugs aren't. Oh, absolutely. Well, and at a certain point, a lot of these companies, it just becomes like there's a very, very fine line between a bribe and a kickback and what they consider their revenue. Exactly. Um, it's right. It's really. I mean, it's kind of the influence of the corporatocracy, but they've taken what was once a religious holiday of many people around the world and turned it into corporatism. And people forget. I mean, there used to be a saying in the United States that I would hear. Uh, Remember the reason for the season, and that's kind of gone away. And right, you're 100% right. It there are definitely arguments to it, and I think that generally people who really, I mean, if people want to connect with you one way or another, so they want to say something but they don't want to offend, and it's just like, you know, don't be so sensitive on things. If somebody says to you, marry whatever, and you don't celebrate that, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You don't have to necessarily yell at the person or whatever the reason may be. If you celebrate Kwanzaa or any holiday of any kind, really, I think that people should be more understanding with each other and not so much. That's right. Which seems so far into the future. I can't believe we're here. Hey, welcome. I got a friend of mine who just joined me. Welcome, SBC. Hey, hey, how are you? I'm in the I'm in the middle of a conversation with I'm in the middle of a conversation with a friend of mine at Harry Potter about the Son of Pen Media. You may or may not know them. Yes. So I'm with Vamp. I don't know if you know who Vamp is, but Vamp is a staple of the community. Actually, the person who just joined the Discord, they're in their title side, so they're familiar with the Telegram. And but yeah, I would say we have somebody else here too. You may know them. So do you know? He goes by the L or Riser. He's in Harry Potter about the Son of Campaign as well. Excellent. So he's in the Discord, and then we have Casper Savings in the Discord, and then we have someone named Asmunch in our Discord. We have Asmunch in the Discord. So yeah, so you guys all know each other. Yeah, and then we have in Telegram. That's the big thing we're talking about. They're, they're saying hello to you. And then we just have another person who joined. Okay, they want you to, they want you to go to the Telegram. You go to the Telegram. Okay. Okay, so somebody banned last lunch. Yeah. Who do we have to talk to get him unbanned? Ban might be able to get him. Oh, dude, everybody runs into that. No worries there. That's happened to me a bunch of times. I've done that. It's an automatic ban without a warning. Yeah. I think it's a bot that does it. She's taking care of it. How are things in your neck of the woods? What's going on? Hey, join the club, my friend. Join the club. Well, I'm here 24/7, 365. Yeah, I think we'll be able to. I should start a camp like William Montgomery and be the most popular person on it. Absolutely, I think we shout outs to people with new needs. Well, that's definitely a good thought. just just hold on. Yes, exactly. I can make money with motivation talks. Yes, exactly. And we will talk about Riser. We'll talk about William Montgomery and his cameo. Yes, I know exactly about it. Just basically because of you. So, Graham, do you know what cameo is? Excellent. Well, I don't know what I have to do to start one, but I may have to do that. I don't know what the prerequisites are, but I'll have to check it out. Wikipedia is a very finicky beast. Uh, this is an interesting thing. Yeah, you've met people with Instagram accounts, and you've met people with the Telegram accounts and Discord accounts. How many Wikipedia editors do you know in your life? Well, no, I donate to Wikipedia. So you know when that thing comes down that says Jimmy Wales, and he's like, "Hey, please give me money." Absolutely. So the only reason, I mean, I think it's an important endeavor, but I've also read, and I don't know if this is true or not, but that in the future, people who have donated to Wikipedia will be grandfathered in, but eventually it will be a paywall, and that means the world's knowledge will be basically closed off to a lot of people in society. So I give like the absolute bare minimum each month that I can, but oh, everything's going behind the paywall. I'm in agreement. I think it's very sad, especially when Wikipedia was open source and free to the world, and now to uh, limit people's ability to be able to use it, I think is really sad. Yep, both artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence. Uh, What's it called? Okay. Dennis? So I did. Somebody recommended. I think you did at one point. The Player One as well, and I did at least watch that, and I couldn't take it all in. And that's what I heard. Yeah. Okay. So which which Dennis E. Taylor book should I read? Okay. Okay. I see. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm going to make a note of that, and I will get the audiobook and I'll listen to it. Okay. I'm ready for it. You were you were you were well, the deal. I will talk about that all the time. Excellent. Oh no way. Right. Okay. Oh, that's fascinating. I love that. Okay. Well, um, I have yeah. Well, I excellent. I'm gonna listen to it. Okay. And this one is a more utopian version. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, really? Be completely careless? Oh, wow. Well, it's fascinating. Any other any other books like that you recommend? Okay. Well, I will check it out. I also saw there's some kind of um, series that he did. It's like okay, so we got the book. I see. We are legion for we are many. All these worlds, heaven's river, and not till we are washed. Oh, these are very recent books. Okay, right. No, I'm in agreement with you. The best kind of audiobooks I found are the ones that show you the word while they say it. But it's kind of same here. Same here. That's what I love it. I will do my best to build it. And when I hold on. Okay. That's right. 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 Yeah, that would make sense. That's very interesting. I will I will do my best to find these, I will download them and then listen to them and then I will report back to you. Now there are four books here, five books here. It's gonna take me a little while, but I'll update you little by little. And yeah, that's one. I had um, and oh okay, that is from okay. Okay. Very well. I got some of this. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was interesting. And got the cool take on what the future may be. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like a trilogies. I got you. But they combined it all. Oh, okay. Yeah, it did seem like it. Yeah, it did seem to be condensed. Like we didn't see too much of. I mean, it starts with him. Okay, so that's pretty accurate to the book. Okay, okay, I got it. I will. Well, I've got some homework for you. How long? Absolutely. Artificial. They're asking you to join Discord. Okay, sure. Yeah, if you just go to Discord, forward slash she's coming. Yeah, but I have maybe 2 hours. It's been a while. How are you guys? I don't know how are you country. I'm not sure. Yes, you are. Loudly. Welcome up. I can't believe that you didn't have my.
software doing that is great work product so the tools that crash. Okay, they don't work the eye. And this happens. And he is one of the ones who doesn't go crazy. He's intelligent enough to send him the ship out of space as an AI. And he's at some point he needs to do more work with people to do that work. So he has people what he's going to do is he's going to start connecting himself.
I don't mind if people tell me to do something or suggest it. I can't. It became a simple thing. Yeah, usually, like, if somebody will be like, oh, you should read this or whatever, I'm like, okay, fine. But if somebody, like, takes some time to explain to me what it is, then I will put it in my phone, which I've done, and then I'll see it.
Also, I found that rabbis drastically not that big, so I literally just saved it as behavior. I just saved him like this would be very fitting visits. Exactly what we were talking about.
Right.
Not just some random. Yeah, this you do. But we can know the movie verse. It's like real good entertainment. I had a lot of fun with that because he's so funny. So like one character is very funny.
And so usually when somebody can tell that they're serious about it, I'll be able to say, what is it called again? And then I'll type it in my phone. And then once it's in my phone, it becomes like on my to-do list of things that I'll delve into. And so, at least in this case, I
I can hear you already laughing when you stop reading it. Let's talk about it when it's done.
how did you learn about it?
I don't know if we come into that type of stuff.
Like, was it recommended to you, or you just saw it at the bookstore?
I think my husband found it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he found it funny, so I listened to it again. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so were you able to get it an audio version of it?
Yeah.
Okay, and was that on like Audible or something?
Well, yeah, that was.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, then I'll check that out. Good. I'm glad that it's free. And,
Yeah, yeah. It's not. It's like this. You know, it is niche. So you get that.
anybody else have any book recommendations? The reason I say so is because I think what it's to do. So we got 5 books there, and we'll have to check out. Now, let's bring everybody on board with putting my up. So, when Riser on a talking one day about we were watching stand-up or some talk about stand-up, and I asked him who his favorite stand-up was or something like this, and he was like, William Montgomery. And I'm like, who's this? And he's like, oh, do you know what Kill Tony is? And honestly, at the time, I did not watch Kill Tony at all. In fact, it had been on the air for like 2 years and I really didn't watch it. And it's very close to the Joe Rogan Experience, and it was still not anything that was on my radar. So I watched some things that William Montgomery does and recognized it's pretty funny, just from a few clips that I had seen in discussions with um, Riser. And then eventually I started watching Kill Tony, and now I've seen like every single one for the last 3 years or so. And I'm a huge William Montgomery fan. And then in answer or response to one of the comments that was made, like, hey, you should get on um, what's it called? What's the thing called that you make? Cameo, thank you. I mean, I think, I don't know if it's true or not because I don't ever know if these guys are telling the truth. But he's like the #1 artist. Like, he makes like $200,000 a month or something just doing those things. Am I wrong on that? Well, in his case, I think he has a little bit of a cult of personality, has become kind of an icon in the comedy world. It's just kind of somebody who's very outgoing, very eccentric, and um, he's also just very funny. I mean, in this past week's Kill Tony Redman, who was one of the people who started the podcast, he was also on Joe Rogan's team. He said that I think he's right that William Montgomery creates more stand-up per week than any other comedian on earth, and that's incredibly pretty accurate. He has to come up with a new minute without any writers once per week, and it has to be good. And most comedians, basically they work on their, tight minute and then tight 5 and then tight 20 minutes or so. But that takes them sometimes a year to get all that down. When William Montgomery has to put out jokes every single week, and then it's done. You can't use it anymore because everything's recorded. So then you've got to, create more comedy uh, for the next week. And just with my discussions with Reiser, I've become a really big William Montgomery fan. He's very funny. I think his humor is very topical, and then he just has this like very outgoing way of just being like, uh, I ain't never gonna stop kind of a deal. What's going on, Ask Munch? Ask Munch, do you know Dan? Excellent. Excellent. Is there any way we can get him back into Harry Potter Bonus on the pandemic? Oh, okay. So we just have to do it during normal hours. Harry Potter. Harry, we are right. We are right at the cusp of being worth 30 cents a coin, which is really cool. I'm a friend to all, both large and small. You're welcome, baby. Wow, what do we have going on in the chat, people? And I'm trying to find an app. Anyone should be able to do anything that they want. Because yeah, that makes no sense. That's right. Yeah, I think yeah. Uh, cool. I don't feel it's right to put your hands on anybody without their consent. The only place you're going to be able to post it is in the free speech channel or the self promotion channel. And the reason why is because somebody came in and put a GIF of someone doing a self circumcision all over this Discord. That's my chest. I like it. Okay. How much were each coin at the height? Okay, so never more than a cent. Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, but Rothschild literally saying that worst launch production ever.
Wait. What did I say? What did I say? That's exactly what I said. I said this is the perfect time to buy that coin. If you have any kind of long-term potential, it's perfect.
Yeah. They just asked, like, who's making the money? Where are the fees going through? And they say, yeah, going to the foundation. Yeah, who's owning the foundation? Who's, yeah, nobody's owning the foundation. Like, Ziggy's foundation. Yeah. And then Penny literally just comes out with her example order. Hey guys, yeah, I'm going to that museum.
I love your impression of her. I love it.
They all just like,
Wasn't it like midday? Yeah.
she never woke up again. Like, let's say like that. She never say anything for that. And what is what came out was a little video game for foundation because he came, as it seems like, to the lawyer contact person, and he said that she was actually like taken on that she would actually get like all the maid stuff in the end like 50%. On like 70% before just like maybe given out to 60 people maybe who are on the who are market and yeah, they didn't answer one question.
I heard she made $3 million on it. Does anybody know anything about this?
I don't know. I just care about and I never would say I'm good, don't do it. And even Archie made a post saying you're taking those do it. She did it. It seems like she gave it literally to a team, to someone she thought maybe is going to do that, or she's just not where she's like she's just a face. This is yeah, I don't know. She's not there like on the idea. And then I don't know if she was comfortable, but she doesn't care. But I think she doesn't care. It's that big. Like how many people are involved in this, how many people watch her, and I will see it in the future, like how it's going on with her podcast. I feel like they know how people who are actually here and watching her podcast.
I'm gonna give you this now.
Yeah, I watched it too, just to see like how she's bringing up. I think with some episode I just looked into if it's going somewhere. I mean, in the end, I was like, why not doing a podcast? I know everyone is doing a podcast, it's like going viral, and it is what she why not? She did it. And
She's
shit.
she's really expanded her 15 minutes into 60 minutes. And
I mean, if she shut up,
she introduced the world to her boyfriend, Pookie.
she's like big.
I'm easy.
Every single comic with one of them. Good boy. There's one of my was a big tall black guy. Yeah, and he had a box fight and good boy and he was funny because it was like I don't know, let him finally got to give up. I'm tired and it turned out to be a book. Very funny.
Wait, let me get this straight. Big Boy fought somebody else
Yeah.
on what?
It was like he like this master guy was like one of the biggest KOLs they had. So that was a good boy that fighting. Yeah. It was a draw. Yeah.
So who was the? Okay, so if I just go to Big Boy's X, is it on there?
They
Wow, he comes out saying that he's an undefeated fighter, which I guess is true.
see the size of the Joe.
That's right.
This book was good boy fight.
Oh, I'm on this page.
Oh, he needed oxygen and his extra spray or whatever they gave to it. They had some very funny clips.
Yeah. Well, he's got an inhaler, he's got oxygen. He really looked much more gassed than he thought.
He lost more weight.
Yes, he did. He lost a good amount since that kind of fight.
Yeah. But after the song, oh my god, it's fun.
Right, it's crazy that they tied.
Oh, say that. Oh my god. They went like out, we made it. Oh my god, it's just like, fuck, we made it. Like, we did that next time. Break down. Oh my god. It is. It's so weird.
Right.
I just have a video where they make I don't know why I'm not sure who made that already. Maybe it's just Google for, I don't know, African some white Betty. Maybe it might be similar.
And this face swapping.
Yeah. Just close your eyes sometimes when you see that. Just like stick to the body part. No faces or but just do it from outside.
Yeah. No, it's decriminalization.
Legal or illegal? Why illegal? I'm literally smoking right now. Why? What is happening? Okay. If you look back, like, I think we should change maybe a week. Yeah. You don't want something that's real life. No. Okay, it was a lie. Now I get it. I was wrong. You just make some was like the name isn't that. Saturday, right? Sexual you're gay at heart, but you also look for women being in a relationship with them. Yeah, I would say that still very defined present. Yeah, I mean, it's the sex that maybe it doesn't, you can have sex with them, right? Yeah, no relationship. And I think this is more domination than mutual and natural domination. It's that's the thing. See, I don't know. I have a feeling that even thinking about that topic is already enough for it. Why did it clarify that my inner picture was but was all true things at the same time? Lay down on the floor in the shower. But is this still a shower? Because it stays that way. On my way. But I think we're moving right
Wait, hold on. I even remember the date. It was December 18th when I got yelled at. So no public filming has been.
No moving, no. I
has-
still didn't like literally just when I did all those fucking face masks, like that was so funny. I had so much face paint from the Halloween video I made. You were like already on just get under your blanket and just start flipping over every corner.
No one knows what I'm doing. But it's all left to your imagination.
Yeah. I mean, that was you could see that one thing on the blankets. So remember that. So, yeah, because everyone saw it. Everyone saw it.
Right. Archived for future generations.
Yeah, everything will be recorded and don't you know that? I mean, we have the stickers. Seriously.
It's average, just as the crop. Some of us are growers and showers. What was your what you say?
Why do you want to see the stick? Yeah, but now, why do you want to see the stick? Now, you want to say,
I don't think you wrote in a second. Not the whole time, just one song. Somebody asked me to. I'm in this. I'm in this Discord. And they're really nice to me in Discord. They ask me to sing. And they ask me sometimes to do conflicts. And it's a bunch of, there are a ton of people. Like 50 people are doing it sometimes. They're not giving up on feedback. I just throw one song in. I hope they, if you all can enjoy it. Any requests? What do you want me to sing? I sang earlier today, like 10 in the morning. I sang all this morning. It's not about I some old classics that is. I think that there's something that I need to do. Do you guys sing karaoke ever? Your girl is not doing her job. If any girl worth something, just not what her do, talking about being the dudes that much. I don't know how that works. No, I don't even choose that. I don't know what I invented. I perhaps maybe invented things, but I don't know when you cut the dudes, I don't think so. Hey. I got it. Be right back. I gotta take a whiz before I sting. Just one moment. Grant, do you sing karaoke? I'm just curious if you'd like to sing. I exactly. Wow, I love it. I love it. It's I think that would be considered distracted driving. Right. And then when you got in trouble, you'd be like, "But we were singing karaoke." Oh, so sorry, sir. Okay, I have to turn you guys down just for like a few minutes. No offense. I hope it was taken. Real music from it. I- No, don't, because I'm about to sing a song. No, no, no. Don't be offended. Don't be offended. I'll still keep you so I can hear you a little bit. That was amazing. Good boy. Thank you. This is Queen. Here's a little thing called Love. To produce a video with all of you. Listen, love. I just can't handle it. Listen, love. I must get around to it and really raise a little thing called listening. Love. Big round, like a baby in a cradle, and it's showing all over like a jellyfish, gotta like it. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. She knows how to rock and roll. She drives me crazy. She gives me hot cold fever and she gives me the cuckoo. Gotta be cool, relax, get hip, get on my tracks, take a back seat, hitchhike, take a long ride on my motorbike, get ready, race it. Shout out to everybody in the camp. Shout out to everyone. My blessings bestow upon you and your family and your friends. Know that you are loved, and I appreciate being here with all of you. Relax, get hit, get on my track, take a back seat, hitchhike. Take a long ride on the motorbike until I'm ready, Rabbi. Great little thing called love. This thing called love. I can't handle it. This thing called love. I'm getting around to it. I ain't ready. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Yeah, yeah. Crazy little thing called love. Yeah. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Yeah. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy thing called love. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go. listening. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am in this really big Discord. And basically, I have a what I do is I just stay in there, and I have to sing every once in a while, or you can get kicked out for just like VC camping, and I don't want them to think I'm doing that. So whenever there are people in there, especially when there are a lot, I have to do at least some singing. And I've had people who message me, they're like, "Hey, you sing? Really sing?" One person asked for a concert, so I could do a whole concert, but I got my song in, and a bunch of other people will go. They're really, really nice to me. In some karaoke streams, they're very mean to me, but others are quite kind. So shout out to it's called the Camp. It's got 200,000 people in it, and I really enjoy being there. While I don't sing particularly well, I do get joy out of just singing songs, and I especially like singing some of the older classics. So, but I do sing modern songs as well.
So the other one I found what we also have in German is the we have it like on the term what we would like say it's the kitty. Yeah, but it would be like roughly that, like if we're it would also be like yeah. So in English we also have some email but doodle. I don't know that word one. That's very quick because doodle is like similar sounding like that. So the touching. Click the beat, that's weird.
That's
That sounds
that's
correct.
that's the most common one I've heard.
Click the beat.
To jail off, like the opposite of jail. Uh, that is true. Women generally see masturbation in the United States as a taboo subject for themselves, so they're not that open about it. There, there are actually there are actually there are 13 different
Yeah, but it's like you have literal,
okay, yeah.
and you know, and she didn't even know like that. She didn't know that she couldn't do that to the kid. Just like, what? You know what I mean?
What's up, man? How are you?
You know, they
Look at the
so
thing.
just don't feel that isolation. They, I don't know, I don't like to use the next word silent because I don't think so very yeah. No, I don't think so. She doesn't even like when I make that.
We have the perfect person for you. His name is Punch 203. Oh, you guys take one of the private rooms, knock yourself out. You guys can screen share. You can. No, that's right. I, she is the retained police. Wait, so let me say, I remember exactly. It was December 18th, and there was actually somebody within the Telegram, a female. She can go. She can just. That's how I know these people. She can remain nameless, but she was the one who wanted me to do it in front of her. She made a special request, and it caused all this drama within the Telegram. So we've had to retain ever since. And I even talk about retaining in interviews. Like I've been interviewed by people on YouTube and Kick and stuff like that. And they asked me about it, and I'm like, yeah, we retain within our community. And I remember more like being like, dude, you hit all the things about Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 you knew, and you brought in the retain. That was pretty good. So I felt pretty proud of that. Do I post on my Instagram? Allegedly, could be a deep fake. You never know. Yeah. Hey, computers are advanced nowadays. Like most systems. Hey, whatever you float your boat on. Okay. Well, there's no reason to be afraid. You can embrace it. You can be a tool for benefit. What's new in your neck of the woods, B-Boy? Hey, happens to the best of us. Well, we were just reviewing the synonym phrases for female masturbation. Flicking the beans. And you have something with which you can speak with your doctor. I'm not going to tell you in one way or another whatever is appropriate for your body. Watch it. I mean, I don't have fiction, so I'm not the best person. All right, well, enjoy your snack. Oh, you poor thing. Oh, you poor thing. Does anyone know who our friend Punchy is? They just chilling. I thought Punchy, I don't know. But Punchy was just a friend of ours here, just chilling. Insane is right. Yo, dog. Yeah. It's the time to go. Yeah. Word. I live stream my like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Exactly. That's exactly right. More than 3 years. More than 3 years. Okay, well, that's how your opinion is. Whatever you want. But yeah, I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams right now. So you are being broadcast around the world. They send it back to you either now or in the future. That's right. If I may add, I do make a little bit of money from streaming. That's right. When it hits $1, that's only if the yacht party is included. Hey, B-Boy, how'd you find out about me, if I may ask? Okay, very well. Excellent. Well, you should know that you're always welcome here. These are some friends of mine from a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny. It's the absolute. The ticker is Bitcoin. It's the best cryptocurrency in the world. It is backed by data. You can literally go back for the last year and a half and see how the ticker has been doing every single day. And we've essentially created the world's largest archive of any cryptocurrency in the world. All right. Thanks, man. Enjoy. Hey, tell your boyfriend to buy Harry Potter on the sign thing. Excellent. All right, man. Please do. He's always welcome. You too. Take care, B-Roy. Peace, man. Peace. Hey, ma'am. Do you know what this is? Hold on. Exactly. Essentially, for the titles. You and I had this conversation. Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. Wow, I forgot we talked about this like a year ago. That's absolutely right. Right. Wonderful. Well, yeah, you're an expert in it. Shout out to that person. It's called the Womanizer. It is a female sex toy, but it essentially creates a vacuum suit over the clitoral region and brings near instantaneous orgasm. And the way that I found out about it is like a decade ago, pretty much, because I went on Amazon and just ranked all the sex toys from highest rated to lowest rated, and then just bought the top female sex toys and gave them to a bunch of girlfriends of mine and asked them to judge them. And then they basically ranked them for me. And that came out top of the heap. Well, I mean, we're talking about female masturbation, so I have a female masturbator, right? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Have you seen my universal translator? Have you seen that? Have you seen my universal translator advisor? I showed it to you, but I don't know if I showed it to you guys. Guys, are you aware of what this is? Yeah, all kinds of things and stuff. This is a device that instantaneously translates into any language. It's essentially a universal translator. I think it can help with the book.
Dies ist ein Gerät, das sofort in jede Sprache übersetzt und im Wesentlichen ein Universalübersetzer ist. Ich denke, er kann dazu beitragen, die Welt zusammenzubringen.
Because I was You didn't get to speak with her, but it did. But one day you will be the voice of the German translation, no doubt about it. And I have my way. But it does like 100 different languages, and I really think that these things could bring the world together, especially in areas where there are people who speak different languages. Yeah, but that was quicker. Like basically, if I want to talk to you on my phone right now, I have to go to Google Translate, and it doesn't do it back and forth as quickly. This one is just a push of a button, and I think that's a lot faster. It has it can use Wi-Fi or it can use cell phones. You can use it uh, with a cell phone. It has a cell line. You're saying does it have? Um, I think it needs. I think it needs. I think it needs an and I would think that Google Translate does as well. Yeah, it does. Right. Just download the dictionary. Yeah, I don't know all of those features, but also, I mean, it does a lot of things that Google Translate does. It just doesn't master. I mean, here's what happens a lot of times when I was found this about. People come into Harry Potter on the side of 10 years, and they don't know English, or their English isn't very strong. Once I'm able to find out what their language is, I can communicate with them very, very quickly with this thing. I mean, it would. I guess it's just there's so much more on the phone. I have to make sure my volume is up. I yeah, I don't know about the accuracy of it that well, but usually people say it's pretty accurate. I think it's I think it's more than that, but it does. I mean, it's not perfect, but neither is Google Translate. Um, but it's just kind of a. I mean, like to buy someone a smartphone is usually like a few $100s, and these things I think we could get down to under $100 and then give them away to people and really solve a lot of the world's translation issues. Um, I mean, we could just perhaps just Southern California. I mean, 50 more than 50% of LA County speaks Spanish primarily. Um, at least, at least, okay, at least in Irvine, it's a an Asian-dominated city in a state that is primarily Spanish speaking. So I mean, really, to speak English in some areas of California and other places in the United States, you are a minority. So if you want to communicate with people, you need to be able to speak their language. And but like what you said, in war areas, I think it would be very helpful. But especially like children who are in school but may not have English speaking or native speaking parents, um, they're usually pretty far behind every time because they don't get to use the language as much. But this would allow them to at least have an instantaneous translator. And another thing, you don't have, like if a kid has one of these, there aren't games on it. It's not like you're gonna get distracted. It's only for translate. So you could give this to kids and they wouldn't have to worry about them, going like that. So it does have some other benefits as well. It's not very expensive. I bought it a few years ago, just because really it's a universal translator. And if you know anything, that's kind of been a huge gap in technology. In fact, it is what Google translated, but it's just a little faster. It's more convenient, a little more efficient. But it's good. I have a joke that I make about these things. Number one, I say that I will be a free spokesperson of the womanizer. And I say this joke all the time. Women need at least three of these in their life. They need one next to the nightstand, like I keep it, one in their car, and one always charging. The battery on this thing, I haven't charged it in a long time. And I've been driving around like a year, more than a year, and it still works. I mean, obviously, I don't need it, but I have in the past, and I have in the past with women. It has different nozzles on it so that it's more sanitary. And honestly, like absolutely no woman I've ever known has said no. They love it. And I love the name, the woman. Just basically, baby. Previously, you may have thought of yourself as a woman, but women really take it. They have made uh, it just feels like a very slight amount of suction and vibrate. It's like a vibrating suction, and then it also can warm. Uh, and then I've seen versions of it that I think are better. I don't think this is the best sex toy on the planet. I bought this other one that is like it electronically stimulates a woman's ego muscles, basically her pelvic floor. It's for a lot of women who have issues like urinating. It's like a medical device. But basically, it like electro stimulates a woman's pelvic floor. And okay, so what happens is it essentially is like a balloon that goes up inside them and expands, and um, then like can shock them and stimulate their muscles. And I've heard some girls say that they like it, other girls kind of like it. The womanizer is the one that everybody likes. Whatever. There's one that I've seen that is like the womanizer, but also has like a dildo connected to it that also vibrates. I think that's certainly perhaps a beneficial sex toy as well. But yeah, I'd like to in the future be like a sex toy aficionado. I think I will be. But in answer to your yeah, there's the adult expo in Las Vegas every year. I mean, I'm sure they're all over the world, but that's the big. Yeah, I would too. I'm not against it. They have one in LA as well, but it's not as big. The Las Vegas one's the biggest one in the United States, to my knowledge. And basically, they just have like a bunch of toy stores there, and people have set different sex toys and different services that you use, and it's called the Adult Expo. And then I think it's also the same weekend when they have the build the AV, I think it's AV Awards, like the Porn Awards, something like that. They like the same. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be taboo. It's basically like, look, I want people, whether you're male or female or whatever you want to define yourself as, to have more enjoyment in life. So I don't think it's a negative thing at all. I got one earlier this year that, like, I've had in the past. I got a bunch of them. Pocket pussy, flashlights. There's one one that I have that is like a vacuum pump, and I don't know. There's just something about the connection that you have with another person that I think they can't reproduce. But if you're just looking to basically have a vacuum pump on your dick that stimulates you to the point of orgasm, no, that's a that's a that's a penis pump. This this is essentially no, a penis pump has a pump on the end, which is like basically allows your penis to fill with blood. This is similar to a penis pump, but it's more like a flashlight. But it feels like the internal, it feels like a vaginal canal, but it automatically pumps free. So you basically can have a hands-free orgasm. I actually threw it out. And the reason why I made a mistake, I thought it was waterproof, uh, and it's not. And I killed it, yeah. And I absolutely would. I got it in, I want to say it was like May or June. And so I had to, exactly, exactly. I would show it to you. I used it the whole one time. And I was like, oh, wow, this is great. I can run it underwater like a flashlight. You can run out underwater. And I figured, oh, it's waterproof. And I did not. And then it shorted out on me. Like I no, but it was pretty expensive. I think it was over $100. So it was one of those things that like, okay, well, shit happens. And but yeah, so it tells me that there's a hole in the market that it needs to be waterproof. But if you just look up like automatic, I guess it's an automatic flashlight in Amazon, you'll find some of the versions. It had a digital readout on it. I mean, it was. I figured like, oh, okay, this thing is this. I mean, like you could adjust. They had something like that. Games that you could, yeah. Um, it was, yeah, yeah. So like, it could go by like beats per minute, or like you can adjust the suction amount. Trying to think what else you can do with it. Um, I think they are making them so that they connect to Bluetooth and whatever you're watching. It has like haptic feedback so that like whatever you're watching on the screen is imitated with this. Now this didn't have that function, but it's an higher level version of it. I could probably even see it like Amazon. This is a different thing that I put it on, but uh, yeah, I mean, I was curious to see, and it came in a very discreet box and everything. You never know. But I can't believe I was so stupid that I'm just like, okay, I'm going to treat it like a flashlight. And what do you do with the flashlight? You can clean it out. And so I figured, okay, I'll just clean it out. And then not thinking, this thing has all kinds of electronics on it. And perhaps, I really think it probably can get pretty wet, but I got this thing set. So, um, yeah, it's just, but let me see if it's possible. I don't know if it was this um, it was from it was from Asia. I think it was just called a male masturbator, automatic male masturbator, something like that. Which that it's it's um I I'm really good. Let's just say I'm undefeated when it comes to that world. I in terms of sex, it's not in my opinion. I'm sort of like, yeah, sometimes. And in terms of sex, I really don't think it's better than sex, just because sex has so many more elements to it. Um, but if you mean like if you've never had sex, you would think it's the best thing in the world. I think. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's just basically like an automatic pump, and with a flashlight on it, and have just a bunch of settings. It's like it. So like if I would say no, that's another thing. I've always felt strange about this thing. I don't want to have to. I mean, it's fine if you do. Um, I would say sex isn't. Literally, this is what happened. It arrived. I took it out of the packaging. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna use that. Oh fuck yeah, same fucking hour. I fucking use it, and then allegedly, and then I'm like, okay, well I'm gonna clean it up. So here's what a lot of times happens: is I'll be like, oh, all right, I want to sleep. But like, no, I'm gonna clean this out. I want to keep it nice. I went to the sink and started washing it out, and then turned it on, and not under the sink. I washed it out and like dried it and everything, and turned it on, and noticed that the digital screen started like short circuiting, and I was like, oh shit. And then I'm like, I've read about people who have returned things to Amazon and wonder if it's possible. And I'm like, well, I don't think it is because I don't think they accept that kind of stuff. So I don't really know what to do with it. So I just do that. It's not like I'm going to keep a machine and just do this with it. Probably less expensive. So would I buy it again? Um, the one-time experience kind of gave me what I needed from it. And I was like, okay, it's still not better than sex. So, but like I remember reading the reviews, and they were like, um, as close to the real thing as you're going to get. And I think that's probably pretty accurate. But again, sex is just more enjoyable. But for someone who perhaps had never had sex, yeah, it's probably the closest that you're going to get to it. Yeah. I haven't explored the real doll world yet. I don't know. I mean, perhaps in the future, it might be their test on me. But, that's it. That's basically, I think, the next. Exactly. I'm not only the president, but I am a customer. Yeah, I have you seen have you seen there's a family guy about this where essentially something along these lines where they go into the future and basically overnight all of the shipping starts being reeled out, like in all the warehouses. It's the only thing that Amazon can stock. And I mean, I really think that that's the future. They make an automatic masturbator um, in like sperm banks because it's seen as a more perhaps sterile way of getting semen from someone. And I could see that. I could see them putting those things up like massage parlors around, just where you're you gotta work one out or whatever. You just go to this place, go into like a little not cubicle, but like a little room, get out your kicks, and then leave. Well, let's say for the world, it should be waterproof. Let's make that say that it's a future for a lot of people. And to answer your earlier question about the womanizer, I basically always have this thing about it. Not that I use it, but if ever any chicks out there, you should know I'm prepared. Well, firstly, outside of the but yeah, in case they're generally we're not super close. They got one guy down the hall who's like from the Philippines. Hey, another guy next door is from the Philippines, but he moved out. The guy is like a trainer who lives there now. Upstairs, we it's well, but I mean, keep in mind we share a house with my wife, but yeah, you know, but they speak English, but not like I don't think anybody's ever. I have been impressive for them. I've used it for Farsi, and yeah, um, I use it for the training of the group, but one of my roommates is studying English, so he likes to use English. He's studying it in college, so it's kind of like and then the people on the house they speak English, but they speak French, but it's so much different. That's so much the same. And it's impressive. I mean, they're basically like, that's great. It's great that works. The issue arises where, okay, like they want to talk back to me, which isn't hard. You just have to press one button and it flips it. So it knows Dutch, or Dutch, it knows German, and it'll. So if I'm talking to you, I do English to whatever language, and then if you want to talk, you do it in reverse. So it's very easy to look at, but generally they know English well enough to be able to communicate with you. Exactly. Oh, it is. And it is, and the worst part is the Pentagon, our Department of Defense, has failed its audit 7 years in a row. It's never passed an audit, ever. And there's no accountability for this. Usually, if you can't pass your audit, you don't continue next year. But it's not like we can just stop the military. So, no one knows what it goes. And if you ever see, like, it's really sad. They'll do a thing where they'll be like, they'll shoot off a can, not a can, just like guns off of a ship and show how much that costs. And it costs like thousands of dollars. And then they'll shoot off a cruise missile and it's like $1.2 million. And then they'll show the homeless that we have in the United States and nobody's going to help. Exactly. Well, I've made this argument that we should just cut defense spending aside from people's salaries for 1 year. It's like we still have F-15s and B-2 bombers and all the guns and stuff. Just don't buy it for 1 year and give all that money. Exactly. Exactly. Just and if we do, just buy them in 366 days. But for 365 days, if we could just not buy new shit and give that to the homeless, we would have. Well, I read this. The Department of Education, all the homeless would be housed, and they have really nice houses. And then in addition to that, you could pay for the entire Department of Education for like 75 years. It's It's like $1.2 trillion a year, which is just absolutely. I mean, a huge advocate for that. All you need to do is essentially air condition them and provide people with a plumbing system, and people can live in them quite comfortably. Then you put insulation in. Exactly. Yeah, but I mean, a shipping container is much roomier than a van. You can raise a family in a shipping container. Shipping container is basically like a mobile home size. So you just insulate it properly, make sure that it has heat and air conditioning, and put solar panels on the roof, and it can last indefinitely. There have been arguments that have been made that that's what needs to be done. And I'm a huge advocate of that. Especially in the state of California. It's so big and just basically people only live on the coast and you have all this desert that can be used. It's really unfortunate. And really just the entire United States. I mean we have of the western states, more than 50% of all the western states are just federal lands that don't do anything. I mean, I'm not talking like national parks. I'm talking like military bases or just federal land for bombing. Like, we don't need to use all this land for bombing. We can literally house every man, woman, and child multiple times over in this country, and then invite other people in to live the American dream. I'm an advocate about that. And no, it's too big. If he even tried to touch it, absolutely. It's definitely. I mean, look what they did with this United Healthcare CEO. They'll do the same thing again. I mean, if you want to get to someone, if you want to get to someone, how it should be. But since World War II, the military-industrial complex that President Eisenhower warned us about has basically gone amok and has essentially created a black budget that no one is allowed to track. Right? No, I mean, like maybe 5 people in the United States or 5 people in the United States. I mean, it's like not a lot. And the reason why is because these people disappear. I mean, there's very much a anti, what would I call it? Like muckraker mentality, how would I say it? People who are what are known as like deficit hops. There used to be people called deficit hops who would like call on the federal government not to spend so much, and they have basically been eradicated with after the pandemic because the government just kind of expanded and just spent all this money on the pandemic and went into more and more debt. Every 100 or so days, the United States gets another $1 trillion in debt. I mean, when that happens, you get runaway inflation. It becomes the Weimar Republic. No, you can absolutely do it. Remember what I said. Remember, remember what I said. You continue to pay all the people in the military. You just don't buy new shit for a year. So that means no one's going to invade you. You can still kill them with 2024 weapons. You don't need 2025 weapons. You still have the largest military in the entire world. You get what I'm saying? There's no threat. No one would even today fight a year 2018 United States or year 20, even the year 2001 United States is stronger than every other military in the world. Arguably, maybe China, perhaps. But I mean, nobody's gonna. Even if it's just 365 days of no spending. I don't understand why that would be considered um, at all, at all, the word contentious. That's not. It's close. At all, I mean, contentious words. And it's not like you're going to get invaded. It's not like I said you have to throw away all of the weapons of the world, all the weapons that the United States has. No, you just use last year's model basically for 1 year, and you can pay for education of every child for the next 75 years and house every single man, woman, and child. Yeah, let's look up how much it is. Yo, dog, approximately how much would it cost to house every man, woman, and child who's homeless in a container home community with like air conditioning and heat and putting insulation? I don't know, put like $10,000 in each one of these things and give them Wi-Fi and solar panels. And could this be paid for with just 1 year of United States military spending, so long as all of the troops and all of the personnel were paid? Would there be enough of a surplus to be able to pay for this community? Let's break it down. So the homeless population is 580,000 homeless people, so about $10,000 each. The U.S. military spending, they say, is 858 billion. So yes, the U.S. could easily afford this project within 1 year of its military budget. How much would it be? Um, so that's only $5.8 billion. So you could make these things worth $100,000, and it still would work. Absolutely. But no, think about it. It wouldn't just be a container home. Every person could have $100,000 house, and that would still only be $58 billion. Every person could have $1 million home, and that's still only $580 billion. Let's make sure that's right. That's right. Yo, dog, what if every person was given $1 million home? Would that still be less than $358 billion? All right, so if each of the 580,000 homeless people were given $1 million home, I mean, let's talk like they're just given $1 million. Okay. Um, so yeah, that's $580 billion. You could give every homeless person in this country $1 million, and that's only $580 billion, and the defense budget is $858 billion. Isn't that a fucking joke? So you would still have $278 billion left. In other words, it's totally possible to provide every homeless person with a luxury home and still have significant funds remaining for military expenses. Dog, they have $1 million. And wait, hold on a second. And still keep in mind, many of these homeless people still get food stamps and things from the state that aren't included in that. So they still have all the food that they needed too. In $1 million house. Dog, isn't that is just an absolute slap in the face to this country. I don't even know what to say. I never thought of it in those terms. That you could literally every single homeless person that I've seen, we could have given those people $1 million and still had $250 billion for military. It's incredible. $1 billion is a lot of money. Exactly. So 580,000 homeless people in the United States. Each one could be given $1 million, and we'd still have $250 billion to spend on military. And that's just for 1 year. You can still spend $858 billion. It just shows you that the system is fucked, and it's lying. All they're saying, it's not even. It's $858 billion. I mean, that's like on the low end, and that doesn't include the black budget, which gets into the trillions. Just one moment. Let's just look up the black budget. Yo, Doug, approximately how much is the black budget of the United States every year? I know it's a black budget, so it's not tallied, but I've heard it's somewhere like $1.3 trillion a year. Can you please give me some estimates? You're right. The black budget refers to classified secret government spending, particularly on intelligence and military operations, which isn't fully disclosed to the public. Exact figures are not officially available. But yeah, 1.3 trillion figure might be for a broader than speculative estimate that combines multiple forms of secret spending, including black operations, military and defense spending. Which is fucking lying. It's sickening. Every fucking homeless person. We could just go down to 6th Street or Skid Row and literally get every single person $1 million and still have enough money. Meaning that the United States citizen would never know the difference whether their military budget was $858 billion or $250 billion. It would be the exact same. Everything would be the same. We'd still have the same aircraft carriers and still have the same F-15s and F-16s and F-35s and all that other shit. We'd still have all the nuclear weapons, all the cruise missiles, all of the troops would still get paid exactly the same amount. Yet, every single man, woman, and child is homeless in this country would get $1 million. That's incredible. people who are in other countries who need assistance to get access. The United States still provides. Hold on a second. Let me just look this one up. How much does the United States provide in annual aid overseas? Okay, so $50 billion at least. So hold on, let me look at total. 50 billion. Okay, so that means like there are 8 billion people in the world or whatever. So that's not a whole lot. It's only like $6 per person. But that's what we're already providing. And $6 to the world actually makes in some places a big difference. Like when you're making like less than $1 a day, or even less than that. And a lot of these would be families, so one family might get, $30, $40. That would make a significant difference. No. That's what we're already doing. That's not getting into the military budget. That's just what the United States people give away to the world to do. But what it really goes to is military contracts. I think I disagree with that. If you gave people an opportunity, you gave every single person $1 billion with this money, they would cherish it. They'd never let it go. I think that it is incorrect that people would just waste it. Okay, so it could be either. No, trickle stuff. No, it's just, hey, you're homeless. Here's your $100,000 shipping container, and on a piece of land that's worth $100,000, and here's your furniture that's worth $50,000, and all your electronics that are worth $50,000, and a food stipend of $100,000 a year, and then here's another $500,000 a year to do whatever you want. I mean, that's what we're really saying here. In the United States, would never know the difference, and we would never get invaded. We wouldn't have to worry about the boogeyman coming to get us, or any of the other things that they want to say on television. It just shows that the system is broken. The one thing that I disagree with in this conversation, I think there are more than 580,000 homeless people in the world or in the United States. But if we're using that calculation, then each one of them can get $1 million. That's incredible. It's incredible. It's very sad. So that statistic that I read, I think is correct. That let me look this up too. Is it possible if you gave every homeless person 580, sorry, if you gave every person, if you gave every person in the United States, if you gave every homeless person in the United States $1 million, could, in addition, could you fund the Department of Education for 75 years, all for less than $800 billion? Department of, yeah, oh yeah, definitely. One moment though, it depends what you consider the Department of Education. Elon Musk and Donald Trump have said they have even considered getting rid of it. And that's not like even accurate. So it says that they've inflated numbers, I think, for the Department of Education. They say to do it for 75 years is 6.75 trillion. Maybe the funding that I think is to pay. Let me change it. Pay every teacher. Then. Could you pay every homeless person in the United States $1 million and pay all of the teacher salaries for the next 1,000 years and still be less than $858 billion? Okay, so maybe not 1,000, but you could pay. What up, Frosty? How you living, man? Yo, could you take and give every homeless person in the United States breast chicken? Could you give every homeless person in the United States $1 million and pay the teacher salaries of all the teachers in the world for how many years? So we were talking about military spending in the United States, and you could give every homeless person in the United States $1 million and still have $258 billion left over for military spending if you just um, cut military spending by like 2/3 for 1 year. Oh, so, and I was just thinking for how many years you could pay their salary. So let's go through. For how many years did you pay all of the teachers in the United States at an average salary of $60,000 a year, in addition to giving every homeless person $1 million or less than $900 billion? It looks like, according to Chevy, you be able to give every homeless person $1 million Frosty, 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 Frosty. This has nothing to do with LGBTQ. That it has to do with homeless people. We're already spending it. It's just in the military. Well, that would cause an issue. Basically, why would you want to work your normal job if they're giving homeless people? Well, it just shows that a handout can be given. I mean, just how much would that be for everything? Just how? If we did not fund, if we did not fund, if we did not fund the military for 1 year, how much money could be given to every man, woman, and child in the United States? Everybody would get like $2,500. So basically, I mean that's like a universal basic income right there. It's just something that I have. I'm in agreement with you on that. Oh, I don't like to. I tend to think that I'm neither, but that's how it's defined. And I can see that. Frosty would rather have all that money deposited in his bank. He thinks that's a better. What's good in your neck of the woods, Frosty? they gonna call you when it's ready? And you're gonna play them here? Right. We talked about this. Exactly. And you're not the only one. It slows down. Discord, I really mean this. It slowed down every computer I've ever had. Sometimes like crazy computers just are brought to a standstill because of it. It's very heavy. Excellent. Take care, Frosty. We'll see you.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that the fear of boredom might be a kind of proxy for the fear of death. So, what role does the fear of death play in the human? Are you afraid of death?
Yes, I think everybody is afraid of death. I mean, all our fears come out of the fear of death. But the fear of death is